Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to the Land Accelerator India Onboarding Workshop. The Land Accelerator India is a catalytic initiative to strengthen India's restoration economy. The program supports early traction stage entrepreneurs, our restoration champions, who lead innovative landscape restoration efforts. Today, we are proud to welcome 10 outstanding enterprises who are demonstrating restoration is both impactful and commercially viable. Why have we gathered here today? So this is an actually onboarding workshop aims to formally induct the 2026 cohort, aligns programs vision and expectation and position the cohort within the broader restoration and innovation ecosystem. The workshop is designed to spark peer collaboration, build a shared understanding of ecosystem opportunities and challenges, and begin co-creating targeted supported pathways for the next phase of this accelerator. Congratulations on being selected. We will now begin with a short round of introduction. I please request you to keep it brief.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Prajwal. I am founder and CEO of Oscillo Machines Private Limited. We build electric farm machineries for paddy and poultry farmers like transplanters, raking machine and feeders. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Abhishek from WRI Innovation. We work in field of mushrooms. We give product to improve the shelf life, quality and yield to mushroom farmers.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jayan Sarnaik. I represent Nature Connect India Private Limited, which is a conservation enterprise. So we build value chains and certified value chains from standing forests in the Western Ghats.
Good morning. I'm Rini. I work at Villgro. I lead partnerships.
Morning, everybody. I'm Radhika Ramesh, also from Villgro. I'm the COO.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to the first onboarding workshop of Land Accelerator. My name is Ruchika. I lead WRI India's work on food, land, and water.
Thank you. Yeah. Very good morning. I'm Sudha. I'm founder and CEO of Arkashan Innovation. So we are a soil health tech company. We work with marginal and small-scale farmers in improving their soil health by capturing physical, chemical, and biological aspects. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Manisha Oraon. I'm representing my organization called as the Open Field. We are building up first climate tech, community-owned value chain of the forest produce that integrates hardware, software, and the market access linkages for the forest farmers. Thank you.
A very good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Amrita Mukherjee, the part of co-founding team at Arogya Medisoft. We are a deep tech digital solution company. We work in agri-diagnostic and traceability solution. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Namrata, and my company's name is Khedut Samriddhi. We enable organic farming by selling organic inputs and giving training. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Hitesh Surathe. I am co-founder of Gramya Ventures. So Gramya works on millet value chain, and we provide farmers right seed, indigenous seed, provide them a technical support, and then the market linkage of the produce. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nagasai Krishna. I am one of the co-founder of Krishi Carbon. We work on providing carbon market access to smallholder farmers. Today we are working on biochar, like converting the crop waste to biochar, which improves soil health, also get the carbon credits. Today we are operational across 4 states. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Kirtan. I represent Salesforce. I take care of the grant and philanthropy operations for India. Thank you.
Good morning everyone. I am Mahesh Lunde, founder of Millets Now. We are strengthening the value chain of millets to improve the farmer incomes and the nutritional security for the communities. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mantha from WRI India, and I do take care of planning, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Thank you.
Hello, I am Pritha. I am part of the WRI India FLW team, and I am in the comms.
think we've gone around. The Villgro team as well. So, yes. My name is Aprajita. I'm a program manager with the FLW team, and I'm going to be leading the delivery of the Land Accelerator program.
Hi everyone, my name is Payal and I'm working as a junior program associate with the FLW team.
So hi everyone, this is Prem Surya, working with the FLW team as a research analyst.
Good morning and welcome everyone. I'm Divya. I'm also part of the Food, Land and Water team, and I also manage the Land Accelerator and a few other initiatives and a few more members here.
Hello everyone, good morning, welcome. My name is Shashikant. I work with the Villgro team. I'm an associate lead of the agriculture team there.
Good morning, everyone. I've already met some of you. It's nice to have all of you together here today. I'm Ananya. I also work with Villgro, and I'll be the main POC from Villgro's end for this project.
Good morning, everyone. I am Iti Agarwal. I am working as an operation manager in the organization. I'm working with WRI India under the FLW program. Thank you.
Well, thank you all, and I am Arsh Marwa. I lead the capacity building vertical under WRI India. We will now present a video about Land Accelerator India, highlighting the program's impact.
Over 100 million hectares of India, of over 100 million hectares of land across India, offers an opportunity for forest protection and landscape restoration. Millions of people are disproportionately burdened with struggling livelihoods, lost incomes, and poor nutrition. While grappling with extreme climate impacts, restoring these landscapes is critical, supporting India's transition to a restoration-based economy where nature thrives and the economy grows. WRI India is working with restoration champions across India. Bringing India's restoration champions together, the Land Accelerator India program helps them grow into scalable enterprises with access to capital and technical capacity. From climate-smart agriculture and precision farming to circular economy solutions and forest communities adding value to traditional products, these enterprises are strengthening restoration value chains that connect local communities to markets, proving that restoration can be commercially viable and scalable. The Land Accelerator India is a structured accelerator that helps restoration-based enterprises that have shown early traction and are ready to move from early revenue to scale. The program focuses on supporting women, rural innovators, and underrepresented communities.
You know, we've had several mentoring sessions within the Land Accelerator program where we revisited our marketing strategy. We were able to chisel our business plan.
Bootcamp provoked us basically to understand what is happening in the organization, what is going right and what is going wrong, which ultimately helped us to drill down what are the basic problems and what are the solutions.
Being a part of the cohort, it helped us a lot in terms of scaling our operations in different geographies.
Leading restoration for a Harit Bharat, WRI India has been working with its partners and restoration champions, making an impact across India. When local entrepreneurs receive the right support, they don't just restore land. The impact goes beyond hectares restored. It is reflected in the jobs and livelihoods generated, soil health improved, communities empowered, and climate resilience. Building an economy where restoration, business, and innovation come together. India's restoration journey continues with the Land Accelerator India.
I now invite Divya Sharma, Program Lead, Restoration Finance, Food, Land and Water, WRI India, to deliver her inaugural remarks.
Hello and good morning, everyone, and very warm welcome once again. Thank you for being here with us today. And we are very, very excited to welcome the new cohort to Land Accelerator, the new wave of restoration champions that is here and that's joining the network today. We are very excited for this. I'll just take a few minutes before we start with the rest of the program today, just to take you a bit about, share a bit about the legacy of the program. Land Accelerator is a curated network and an accelerator program for businesses that restore forests and farmland across Africa, Latin America, and South Asia. It's a first of its kind accelerator for restoration-focused businesses. The global footprint is such that we have over 450 entrepreneurs from more than 50 countries who have joined this growing network. Between 2020 and 2023, this unique initiative by WRI India and partners brought together a community of over 140 pioneers tackling the most pressing challenges in land restoration. We are very honored to have our partners also join us today as we welcome the new cohort. Let me just take a moment to acknowledge those partners. We have Startup India, who will join us later today virtually. There's also Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, who will also join us virtually. We have Salesforce here in the room. Some of you have already met Keaton from Salesforce. And then there is Villgro Innovations Foundation, our associate partner in co-creation and delivery of this program. Thank you to all the partners for also joining us today. What the Land Accelerator offers, it's a structured support and tailored training that we have on offer in strategy, finance, marketing, sales, storytelling, pitching, impact measurement for your business. The learning journey is such that there will be online and in-person workshops, lectures, networking opportunities, mentorship and pitching sessions, and we'll share more details about these a little later today. We will provide advanced support to the top performers or the restoration champions. When we say top performers, what do we mean? We mean those who show consistent participation, good quality engagement throughout the program, with a very clear ask and a clear potential to benefit from the advanced stages of the program as well. So to these top performers, there's also personalized mentorship, innovation prizes, and a chance to pitch to and network with some of the leading impact investors, most committed impact investors in this space. The goals of the program are that the program accelerates restoration businesses for growth, profit, and impact for people, nature, and climate. Also, another goal is to deliver capacity building, create awareness, and knowledge on impact measurement. Connecting entrepreneurs to networks of mentors, investors, peers, value chain actors, and other ecosystem enablers. Improving capital access from committed impact investors. Fostering community engagement, gender inclusion, climate justice. So of course, this is a holistic environmental and socio-economic impact that the program aims to deliver beyond just supporting individual enterprises. The impact so far, like I said, between 2020 and 2023, we ran 4 cohorts of Land Accelerator South Asia, as it was known then. And as per the numbers from self-reported data, we have the champions who participated, who graduated from these cohorts, they brought more than 1 million hectares under restoration, which are currently under restoration. Over 9 million trees were planted, more than 1.6 million smallholder farmers have been engaged, over 3,000 jobs have been created, and about 25% of these founders who graduated from Land Accelerator India have been women. We are very proud of what impact our champions are creating. So just to wrap up this very quickly, what is the vision? Land Accelerator, it's a journey which is going to be packed with learning, growth, and transformation. We aim to create lasting value, benefit participants, businesses, as well as communities for years to come. Today marks the journey, start of your journey for sharpening your skills, the skills that you already have or some of the new skills that you might learn along the way, expanding your networks, and for scaling the impact that you're creating. Next on today, we are excited to have Dr. Ruchika Singh, our Executive Director of the Food, Land and Water Program at WRI India, to set the context on building India's restoration economy with restoration champions. So thank you once again, everyone, for joining, and we look forward not just to an excellent workshop today, but a great run of the program in the coming year as well. Thank you.
Morning, everyone, and welcome again to the 2026 cohort of the Land Accelerator. Delighted to have you all here. I think Divya sort of set the context, right? I mean, since the last 5-6 years, 2020 was the first cohort in India that we had. There's been so much of learning in terms of the innovative business models. You know, how do we do things differently that we've seen? And I just wanted to put it a bit more into the context in terms of what we're also, why we started this, and, a lot to learn from what's happening. Next slide. Essentially, when we sort of look at the entire process, I mean, a lot of it's, and we're all sort of seeing this happen to us. It's like a lived reality in a way now, and acknowledged, right? I mean, there is planetary degradation, rising inequality, access to resources are differentiated for different socioeconomic groups. Also, climate change is impacting us very, very differently. So how do we think about, the world in this context sort of becomes clear, and nature is being pushed. So, and I think a lot of innovations that all of you are doing are trying to see how do we do things differently. And that's why, it's really important to see how do we sort of scale some of these innovative, and that's where we are sort of coming from. And next slide, to set this a bit more in the context, right? And some of this data would not come as surprising to any of you, but we are the 10th most forested country, highly one of the mega biodiverse countries as well. However, if we just think in terms of land use, etc., 60% of land is under agriculture, but almost 45% of land is degraded. Our forests are also seeing a lot of degradation. It's happening because of climate change, a lot more monoculture. Climate impacts, if we talk about, it's actually quite stark. One of the IPCC's report from a few years back actually indicated, specifically in context of South Asia, that our yields are going to go down. If you look at rice, for instance, as an example. So we definitely need to do things differently. That sort of is clear. And how do we do things differently so that we can think about, adapting to the climate risks that we have, but also working with nature to see how we can sustain jobs and livelihoods. And I see all the sort of, when the introductions were happening, all of you are actually part of the journey to see how we can we do things differently. And that's what's inspiring. And the whole, so what we want to do with Land Accelerator is how do we grow this network? How do we sort of do things? How can we scale up some of this is what we are looking at. Next slide. And why this is important. And here, this just gives you, where we are coming from when we started. And I think it's a vision. We know that, there is an urgent need to restore productivity and function to landscapes. If you look at the, slide on the left side, you can click everything. Sorry, there's a bit of a, sequencing issue with slides. Yeah, thanks. We need to do more responsible food production. There is area that's under agroforestry, but we have a lot of degraded land. And there are areas which are already under conservation and, on forests. However, if we really want to change the current landscape, given the climate crisis, given we know things are, how things are currently, we need to think about a different system, which would mean that degraded land that you're seeing, the brown on the left side, some of that needs to come under more responsible food production. so that our agriculture soils heal. Currently, as I said, 45% are degraded. Agroforestry, for instance, becomes an example of that. More areas need to go into conservation. A lot of you are already doing very innovative work on conservation. We need to think about conservation very differently, protect our open natural ecosystems, protect our grasslands, but also protect our forests for multiple sort of ecosystem services they provide. So that's really the vision that we want to move towards. And going towards that can be really very rewarding. And what we've seen from evidence, both global and in the Indian context, and just few numbers to cite. Every dollar if you invest in restoration, there is about 7 to 30 that can yield in terms of benefits. And I think that's where some of these numbers are coming from, what all of you are doing. If the business models are right, that's where the economics can also work. Some of our own work in Madhya Pradesh and CD, when we were looking at, there's a lot of opportunity for restoration, but it also has an opportunity to create more jobs and livelihood. About 30,000 new jobs can be created around different value chains. Some of that work we are already starting to do with partners. So just to kind of showcase, there is a lot of jobs and livelihoods benefit, but also in terms of food nutritional security, ecosystem service benefits, whether it's in terms of water quality, biodiversity, but the climate benefits are sort of clear, right? Depending on what the intervention is, mitigating heat island risk, for instance, this is an example. Next slide. And the data, globally is also very clear on this. I mean, and India is sort of a front runner and is identified as a priority area for restoration. And this is one of the Nature articles. When you think about climate, nature, and the lowest cost, the red that you are seeing is, the way it has been identified is highly cost effective, can help in mitigating climate change, but also is, in terms of minimum cost and can help with biodiversity. So the reason to do this in India is obviously from a global perspective very clear. Next slide. And in the Indian context, we've seen that, there is a huge opportunity for restoration. This is data from the India Restoration Atlas that we developed with partners few years back. And really what it indicates, is if you look at the map on the left, right, all the yellows are areas that is, opportunity for mosaic restoration, which is patchwork of land uses or agroforestry, as an example. The blues that you're seeing on the left map is, forest areas. And if there's potential to reduce forest fragmentation, what we call as wide-scale restoration. And the green that you're seeing is, opportunity for protecting our natural forests. So these are good forests, let's just continue to protect. I mean, and I think some of this data also helps inspire where we go, which district, which region to prioritize for restoration. And the map on the right essentially indicates if restoration is done right, there is an opportunity to sequester 3 to 4.3 gigaton additional above ground carbon by 2040. So there is a sort of, opportunity from a carbon mitigation perspective, but also from, other ecosystem service benefit. And that's where thinking about a landscape approach becomes critical. I mean, it's not just about tree planting, or it's not just about, one intervention. It really has to be, taking into consideration principles of conservation and development priorities in conversation with local communities, so that it's not extractive. But how do we really think about, the approach, a landscape approach for restoration, which can help identify, for instance, conservation areas for biodiversity, where sustainable agriculture can happen, where forests should be protected as is. And a lot of this work we've been doing with partners, and I think even in your works, depending on the value chains that you are working on, some of this becomes critical, right? How do we sort of plan when we are even considering landscapes? How do we look at some of those issues? And restoration, of course, when you do it, looks differently in different areas. This is just an example of it could be simple, forest protection, it could be agroforestry, trees on bunzer boundaries, mangrove restoration. And all of those are important. Restoration is always hyperlocal, so right place, right use, right species, but doing it at scale would also mean that we have very different sort of, sources of financing that we would need for this. And here's bit of a gloomy news, and not so surprising though. Restoration faces a major finance gap globally. It's about 215 billion annually, and most of it globally as well is public funding that is investing in restoration, and we see some private funding. How do we close that gap is critical. India is not any different. We've done a lot of analysis in the Indian context as well, and most of public funding is what is leading to restoration, and this is through different government schemes, right? The erstwhile Manrega, for instance, as an example, or through Campa, or through Livelihoods Mission, Watershed. There are a lot of schemes that are doing it. But what we need, and that's where the conversation, discussions on how we catalyze the ecosystem and build that larger restoration economy becomes critical, is because we need more private capital. We need, while public funding is there, how do we sort of, energize, mobilize more different kinds of other financing for this, whether it's debt, de-risk sort of innovations that you are doing. And that's what one of the, our sort of focus with partners here has been on how we get different kind of innovative capital. And with the Land Accelerator, one of our sort of, focus also is what the businesses get, you're ready for your journey to the next stage, and how you also have opportunities to access these different kind of capitals. Next slide. And that's where sort of, and this is a complex slide. I won't sort of talk about all of it in detail, but if we talk about restoration economy, essentially there is key tenets that we need to sort of think about it, right? There is a need for an enabling ecosystem. There is need for knowledge. We know that there is an enabling ecosystem in India, but it's fragmented. Why do I say fragmented? As part of the Land Accelerator cohort, 145 plus sort of, alumni we already have, and this was the only one, at least in India, as far as I know, very restoration-focused sort of, accelerator that was running. We need more of that. So there's innovation, but it's happening fragmented. For restoration economy to grow, you need that innovation to become, there needs to be a marketplace where a lot of these this is a given and not like fragmented innovations, which would require more sort of financing, more government support for that. How do you get that? And I think one of the things that we've been sort of looking at from our own perspective is how can public funding also support some of these interventions? What is the different kind of financing that's available that could help and support that? So that's what will help in marketplace building. And then it reaches that, a restoration economy eventually will grow when it becomes mainstream, where, there is financing already flowing into it in different kinds of capital. And that's really our vision. How do we get to that? To get to that, there is need for more capacity for different kind of innovations. There's how do we sort of start thinking about monitoring? There's a whole set of, and that's how we've designed some of the, a need-based Land Accelerator sort of curriculum as well, right? How do we look at some of those different aspects together becomes critical. And we think it's possible to do. That new economic era is possible. The different kind of jobs, we talk about jobs, but usually the sort of, mainstream jobs in a different way, right? Are they going to be more landscape architects? Are they going to be people who talk about restoration monitoring? I mean, there's a whole set of new jobs avenue that can open. But for do that, all your businesses need to grow from where they are at X, now they need to grow there. And how can we support in that journey? That's where we are sort of coming from, and that's where, how we raise that ambition for a larger new restoration economy, and how can we do that, right, is critical, and we are looking at it. And we're kickstarting this with, Land Accelerator in these three geographies, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Maharashtra, all of you. And how we sort of continue to do that becomes critical, which is in terms of innovations in different restoration business models, which are underway. And these are some of the examples. I think you've done a lot of those as well. So a lot of it is clear. Next slide. I won't sort of spend a lot of time on this one. I think this sort of essentially talks about there is a lot of potential for restoration, as I indicated earlier. There's a lot of innovation that's happening. How can we, and the idea behind the Land Accelerator is how can we help with that cross collaboration? How can we create that network and help with more robust evaluation frameworks so that there is, that scale element comes in, the right kind of financing is available. And that's what we will focus on. Just ending with couple of examples from the alumni of the Land Accelerator. This is the, Bastar se Bazaar tak and Konkuban Herbs, sorry, the names are wrong there, apologies about that. But, social enterprises working on, for instance, sustainable harvesting of medicinal and aromatic plants and connecting to the value chain is what Konkuban does, or Bastar se Bazaar tak looks at sustainable harvesting of forest produce, where there's jamun, tamarind, etc., and how we do. And with that, yeah, I think that there's a lot of value in doing this, from how we sort of go from pilots to scaling innovation. And that's what the focus is of Land Accelerator. With our partners, we would, and we are really sort of delighted to have Villgro here with us, and how we can co-create that, journey for all of you in terms of what the next level of innovation and scale could look like is what we want to do. And this is just the, welcome to the Land Accelerator family. This is the, some of our, because earlier we've done the Land Accelerator, we used to do what we called as Land Accelerator South Asia, but most of the champions were actually from India. We did have some, this is during COVID, of course, so a lot of, some champions from Sri Lanka. But as you can see, a lot of diverse, lot of innovation that's happening. So if there's anything to learn from what's happening in the, from the alumni cohort, those are also the new networks and connections, apart from, mentorship, etc., that, gets sort of opened up. So yeah, we're delighted. We'd love to learn more from you, and how we can support in your journey of growth. So with that, I'll pass it back to you, Arshi. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ruchika, for setting the tone. We now move forward to the innovation showcase. This is an opportunity for all of us to quickly understand the diversity, innovation, and impact represented in this cohort. Each enterprise will present a 4-minute lightning pitch. They will briefly cover the problem they're addressing, their solution, current traction, where they work, and one key growth challenge. The speaking order has been chosen at random, so there's no particular order. Our first enterprise is Gramya Venture Private Limited.
Just for the speaker's reference, I'm going to be on this table with a time card. So if you need help with 5-minute, 2-minute, or times up prompts, I'm going to be around here so you can look. Thank you.
इसमें भी ओपन है, इट्स ओपन देयर आल्सो. हाँ हाँ, इट्स दैट इज Hello. Yeah. Hi everyone. So I introduced myself earlier also. Myself Hitesh Surate. I'm co-founder of Gramya Ventures. I'll just give the brief about me. I also come from a farming family, and how Gramya started. What is the journey behind it. So I did my graduation from Delhi University from North Campus, and when I went back to my hometown, I was always complaining there's no road in my family village. There's no job opportunities there. So whenever I go on a Diwali ka chutti or jab bhi jata tha, to main complain karta tha. So one day my father told, तुम जैसे लोग जो यहीं से इसी गांव से निकले हैं, तुम लोग अभी पढ़ाई करने, तू भी दिल्ली गया हुआ है, अभी वहाँ से कोई अच्छा सा जॉब ले लेगा, वापस तो कभी आएगा नहीं, दिवाली दशहरे पे तुम लोग आओगे और आके फिर कंप्लेंट करोगे. अगर इतनी प्रॉब्लम है तो एटलीस्ट यू स्टार्ट वर्किंग फॉर इट. अपने गांव के लिए, अपने लोगों के लिए कुछ करना स्टार्ट करो, शुरू करो, कहीं से तो होगा. एंड इट हिट मी हार्ड एंड आई स्टार्टेड थिंकिंग इन दिस डायरेक्शन कि ओके ठीक है, यूपीएससी की तैयारी तो चलते रहेगी, बट आई जस्ट वांट टू डू समथिंग फॉर द फार्मर्स, फॉर अपने चाचा लोग या अपने दादाजी जो फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं, तो उन्हीं के साथ मुझे कुछ करना है. एंड दैट्स हाउ ग्राम्या स्टार्टेड. So the story behind Gramya also, the Gramya means it's a Sanskrit word, गाँव का ही ग्राम्या होता है. So हमने सोचा, all the co-founders like Jaspal, myself, कोमल हमारे साथ था. So we came from a रूरल बैकग्राउंड, गांव से हम लोग आते थे, तो हमने सोचा कि गांव का लाइक कंपनी का नाम भी ग्राम्य रखते हैं, ग्राम्य वेंचर्स, की हमेशा हमें रूटेड फील हो कि हम जहाँ से निकले हैं वहाँ के लिए कुछ कर रहे हैं. सो अभी लाइक आई एम इनटू दिस स्पेस फ्रॉम लास्ट 7 ईयर, और ग्राम्य हमने 2020 में स्टार्ट करा हुआ था. जसपाल भी पंजाब से, फार्मिंग फैमिली से, और वो भी लाइक मेरे साथ में ही काम कर रहा है. सीवा इज़ देयर, आवर टीम मेंबर्स. सी टेक केयर ऑफ द कम्युनिकेशन एंड फ्रॉम खेती. Kaushik is there from the खेती, and he is our mentor. He is guiding like how to scale, how to grow our organization. Yeah. So ग्राम्या वर्क्स ऑन द मिलेट वैल्यू चेन, और करेंटली हम लोग जो है मेजरली मध्य प्रदेश में काम कर रहे हैं. मध्य प्रदेश में अनूपपुर, मंडला, डिंडोरी, बैतूल, रायसेन, मोस्ट ऑफ द ट्राइबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स आर देयर. सो वहाँ पे हम लोग मिलेट की वैल्यू चेन पे काम करते हैं. सो वी वर्क लाइक प्रोवाइडिंग द राइट kind of seed to the farmers, then we are providing them the agronomy support, package of practices, how with the natural farming practices, how they can increase the yield of millet. And the major problem they face is a market linkage of the produce. So we take care of that, like whatever the produce or farmers are growing, we are buybacking 100% produce, doing some value addition. And right now, like most of the work is happening on the B2B side, where like we procure the material, process it, making some of the value-added products and supplying to the different companies, D2C brands. And right, we are also focusing on building our own D2C brand, but it has started now only. So why we choose millets, कि millets पे ही काम क्यों करना है, बाकी commodities भी है, चीज़ें भी है. So जब हमने ग्राम में रजिस्टर्ड करी थी, so our foundation was okay. हमारा जो विजन बोर्ड बना कि ओके ग्राम्या शुरू तो करा है, बट व्हाट इज़ द फाउंडेशन, व्हाई वी वांट टू वर्क ऑन विच प्रोडक्ट, व्हाई फार्मर्स. सो वी डिसाइडेड विल वर्क ऑन 3 things: people, planet, profit. These are our foundation. So whenever we are working on any product, any services, it should not harm Mother Earth, it should not harm people, and it should be sustainable. We should not depend on outside funds or outside resources कि हम खुद से ही चला पाए. So that's how millet came into the picture. This is really good for the soil health, it's good for people health, and definitely we can make some business out of it. So that's how we choose millet value chain, and I started working on it. So right now we are working with 2,500 farmers. Like till date we have provided market linkage for more than 980 metric ton of material, and we have given business of 2.4 crore to the farmers. Like this is the business which goes directly to the FPOs and farmers. And we have set up 5 resource hub. So what our resource hubs are doing, in the resource hub we have a collection center and bio resource center, where like we are preparing Jivamrit, Panchamrit, Vermi wash, Vermi compost, and all this product is going to the fields. Like the farmers who are growing the millets, they are putting this natural resources, biofertilizer into the land, and then we are doing the buyback, whatever the produce they are making. And right now, like our market presence is around, like we are supplying our products in more than 7 states, and we are working in 6 districts in Madhya Pradesh. So what are the, if I see about the what are the challenges we have, or what are the constraints are there with us. So what I was seeing, like farmers see, for them the most important thing is how much money they are making for their families. If I talk them, okay, millets are really good for the soil, आपकी health के लिए भी अच्छा है, लोगों के लिए भी अच्छा है. So they will see कि अच्छा ठीक है, millet तो हम उगा लेंगे, हाँ, बट इससे प्रॉफिट कितना मिलेगा, पैसा कितना मिलेगा हमें, हमें भी हमारा घर परिवार चलाना है. सो व्हेन इट कम टू द फाइनेंशियल वाइबिलिटी, सो अगर हम उसको कंपेयर करें वीट या राइस से, तो फाइनेंशियल गेन फार्मर्स को बहुत कम होता है मिलेट्स में. सो दैट्स व्हाई दैट अडॉप्शन इज़ वेरी लेस. एंड आई हैव सीन इन द पीपल ऑल्सो इन माई फैमिली, लाइक लास्ट टाइम आई वेंट, मैं 3-4 मिलेट्स लेके गया, और 3 महीने बाद जब वापस गया तो उसमें से 2 पैकेट अभी भी घर में वापस रखे हुए थे. मेरी मम्मी को ही नहीं पता था कि इसको बनाना कैसे, खाना कैसे, इसको 6 घंटे पानी में भिगो के कौन रखेगा, फिर इसको बनाएगा कौन, उनको उसका टेस्ट समझ में नहीं आता है. सो दैट अडॉप्शन इज़ अ मेजर चैलेंज. लाइक अवेयरनेस नहीं है, अडॉप्शन, इसको कंज्यूम कैसे करना है उसका आइडिया नहीं है. एंड आई वाज सीइंग लाइक एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए कि इसको प्रमोट करने के लिए. if you want to promote millet cultivation, then हमें उसके लिए छोटे छोटे machines, tools और सारी machinery setup करनी होगी. So इस infra को, like if you want to invest in the infra, so no one want to like invest some money on that. So this is the one of the challenge. And what we want to do in the next 18 months, I think time is short. So we want to set up, right now we have the 5 resource hub. We want to make it a 50 resource hub. Right now we are at a revenue of 5 CR this financial year. So within 18 months, we want to reach on 15 CR revenue. And 1200 farmers we want to shift from rice cultivation to millet cultivation. So this is our next 18-month goal is there. And what we have tried so far, like in our businesses, we have reduced the business cycle from 35 to 40 days to 25 days. And we have deployed some of the machines, some of the resources with the help of government and the innovation guild. And also to increasing our margin and passing more margin to the farmers, we are launching our D2C brand also, where we can give more benefit to farmers as well. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hitesh. Next, we have Nature Connect India Private Limited. I request everyone to please adhere to the time limit.
Which one? This is forward and this is back. Okay. Hello everyone, I am Jayan Sarnaik. I would like to tell you a little bit about Nature Connect. It's a brainchild of Applied Environmental Research Foundation, sorry. So Applied Environmental Research Foundation is a conservation non-profit, and we have been saving standing forest in the Western Ghats for last 30 years. We figured out that saving forests by giving incentives is no more viable when you have about 1.2 million acres of forest under private ownership in the Western Ghats. So in 2012, in 2012, we thought that we should develop actually an economic model for saving biodiversity, and that is how Nature Connect was formed. This is my team. Archana Godbole is one of the founders. Karan Mahadik, they are all actually also part of AERF, and they now have excelled in building up these certified value chains across. Karan Mahadik looks after our operations in Chhattisgarh. Pankaj Bure also works there, and we have 2 people in the Western Ghats landscape where we have our certified operations. So the problem is mainly in the Western Ghats is basically loss of biodiversity, and because of the majority of the landscape where we have majority of forests are owned by private communities or farmers, they in need of for meeting the economic needs, they opt for logging and indiscriminate felling of trees. So what you see here is actually a very important medicinal tree, Pterocarpus marsupium, and this whole truck was sold at 15,000 rupees. And this is highly medicinal value. I mean, it's also rare tree. And so what we tried to do, and this was not an easy thing, we tried to develop certified value chains, but that was because we had one particular partnership with one of the companies in Europe called as Paka Herbs. And that was a coincidence, I would say. And through philanthropic funding, we could establish these Fairwild certified value chains in the Western Ghats in 2014. And for last 11 years, we have been trying to run this economic model. And till date, we have got some 2,500 hectares of forest under certification. This solution, I mean, I'm not able to read everything, but what I'm trying to tell you that this is how the difference we are making here is how do you create the value for the communities. It is not for the business. So we set up those processing centers where the resource is based. And that is how, and then also linking it to international markets was possible because of the Fair Wild certification, and I'm really happy and proud to tell you that Nature Connect is India's only Fair Wild certified operation, and we have been actually exporting all these medicinal products to Europe and USA for last 5 years. So why it matters now? Because all the value chains have those candidate species which can create the necessary economic visibility to restoration. Because restoration, otherwise, you cannot plant trees which do not know, have any economic value. And that is why generally monoculture plantations have been promoted. So through this particular approach, we are trying to say that we already have products on the market, and then you can plant those trees which have economic visibility. Current traction, we have got 5 processing facilities across 2 states, Chhattisgarh and Maharashtra, and we have B certified corps as one of our clients in Europe and USA. So the key constraint is obviously support to marketing, because we got all the value chains developed and tested, and we are also we have also developed the My Forest brand to promote these products. But we also need an investor who is aligned with our vision of the enterprise, because it's very difficult to find an investor who can think long-term, because conservation restoration takes time. While all the economic models are in place, you need a period of 7 to 10 years to realize that the revenues actually is sufficient to break even. And that is what the challenge is. So I think otherwise I'll tell you that the working capital, you need all these things. But that is not important in this. We need an investor who is aligned with the vision of the company. Thank you. I think the next phase, obviously the key milestones that we would like to achieve here is we can, with the value chain that you see in the picture is actually a infusion. With the single value chain, we can achieve a turnover of 4 crores in next 3 years and also restore 1,000 acres of land. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jayant. I now request Arkashine Innovations Private Limited to present their pitch. Yeah, just give me a minute. So you can change it from here. Should I do it in the presenter mode? Or you can just change it like this and I'll change it for that. Or you can do it like this. Yeah, if you change it, then you have to do it here and there also.
Okay, you keep that with your resolution. Yeah, very good morning. I'm Sudha. As myself, I've introduced. I'm CEO of Arkashine Innovation. So a little about how Arkashine Innovation was just started. I was basically a researcher, and through a journey of 5 years, I became an innovator and then a businesswoman. Ongoing process from 0 to 1 I have crossed. So I'm no more a researcher now, researcher turned entrepreneur. From entrepreneur, I wanted to be a successful businesswoman, serving the purpose, which is hand-holding the farmers. What I understood from what we were working on the ground, so as I already mentioned, we do work with marginal and small-scale farmers, somewhere around 5 acres of land. So the problems what they are facing at the input side, because we are at the input side recommending the fertilizers. So when we do recommend fertilizers, they ask the question why? Why do we have to do a soil test? So the same thing comes for the land acceleration program also. Why are we here? Why Arkashine is also here and part of the program, and what we can contribute in making a land restoration with the change of delta. So always we speak as an Arkashine Innovation, and as a founder I tell to my team also, what is that delta change every day you can bring in onto the table, onto the board. So that's how we are here, trying to bring a change, trying to restore the soil. So you cannot completely restore. What you can do is undo. It's something like undo. So whatever you have come across because of the green revolution, can we make a little change so that the improvement happens? And that's how we are here. So the problem, when we spoke to farmers, they told soil health, it is out of context for them. They think the soil is very good, no need to take care of it. But the first step before even you try like something, soil health is being improved. The question is, how do you measure it? So that's how a soil test comes into picture. And when we work with farmers, they don't know what is happening at the soil, but when the crop yield is getting reduced over a period of time, they have told, madam, we are just guessing, there is something problem with the soil. That's what were the answers that we have got. So that's how we understood that there's a problem statement. We work with Usha, one of the marginal farmer in Breather. So she suggested us, she was growing ginger in 5 acres of land. So she suggested we wanted a soil test to be done. We got a soil test done before we started making the product itself. We found a lot of loopholes, lot of gaps. So there was something on accessibility. They have to go, even the thing is free, the soil health cards are being provided free. They had to spend some amount and time reaching to the free lab, submitting the sample, coming back, again reminding themselves, okay, I have to go and pick the result, get the result. The results are also being interpreted by soil scientists, travel to a KVK. So all of that math they have done, and they have told, so something about 100 to 100 rupees, if you are able to make a product and a service, we are able to take it. So that's how came up in a journey of 4 years. So we built a product. It's a completely R&D based product, which is filed with 9 patents. Over this journey, I've realized innovation is just a tool. So I'm not much into kind of innovation, but yes, that innovation should solve a problem. It should provide some insights in decision making, and he should feel like, okay, my soil, my test has been done. So that was the whole thing that we came along. So we worked like a lot of players were there around. We tried to differentiate ourselves by not only providing about the chemical aspects of soil, which are about 14 parameters, and giving a fertilizer recommendation. The outcome is fertilizer recommendation, but we also provide a crop recommendation. To provide a crop recommendation, again you needed insights in terms of microclimatic condition and microbial activity. So for that we do have products. So we completely a soil health tech company providing everything, anything related to soil. Arkashine is wanting to be there, and Arkashine is there. So currently we are in 4 to 5 states of India: Odisha, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Kerala, UP and Bihar, and even Gujarat we have started. We have put our machines there. The current challenges what we are facing is every region is different and every farmer is different. So every state we are entering, we do a little survey of 1 month. We try to fit some model, business model. I think that is one of my requirement even to the land acceleration program. Every region we are entering, we are finding a trouble in understanding what is the mindset of the farmer. We are not in a mode to sell the machine. We don't want to push our product. We wanted to put soil testing as a service at a very affordable prices, providing even advisory. For a large scale, any big companies or foundations coming in, we do have a back-end dashboard which do provide for a larger scale. Okay, for this belt, Coorg belt, what is the soil health status? So we do provide all of that. Analytics is in place, and we do, as I mentioned, we do provide a crop recommendation. So in this way we are stopping, we are guiding, advising no tillage, and do grow crops which are suitable to your soil and suitable to your climate. So that's how we are trying to map the things with respect to the program and a vision of Arkashine. And we want to reach somewhere around 50,000 farmers in 2 geographies, that is Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. So just help us out in that. So we do find a lot of opportunities and challenges I've already mentioned. I think I'm done. Next phase, we wanted to be across Maharashtra and MP. We do look out for investments in terms of depths also, it is fine. The whole point is reaching the farmer, because as I mentioned, and I'm again telling it, we don't want to sell the technology, we want to serve the technology by putting a test as a service at a very affordable price. We work on the concept of AAA, accessibility, affordability, and action required. So soil test will not go waste, it is going to help for a long term, because organic carbon also degraded, and everybody knows what is happening with the soil. Thank you. I think I was on time.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha, for your pitch. Now we have a very special address that will be delivered virtually by Dr. Sapna Poti, Director, Strategic Alliances, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, one of our ecosystem partners in Land Accelerator India. Dr. Poti is a PhD from IIT Madras with a dissertation in Enterprise Resource Planning and has around 30 years of experience in industry, consulting, and with the government. She currently promotes scientific R&D and innovations by setting up centers of excellence, supporting science and technology innovation clusters for social impact and addressing industry problems through industry, multilateral agencies, global foundations, academic institutions, startups, and government channels. Dr. Sapna, we are delighted to have you with us, and I invite you to share your address with the cohort.
Thank you. Firstly, WRI as well as Villgro for not only partnering on Manthan, but also for inviting me today. I'm sorry I couldn't come physically and actually work from a forest area in Goa. So, it's always better for me to peacefully think here rather than be in a part of the Delhi as a capital and so on. In terms of innovation, as well as the readiness of innovation, as you know that while we have a demographic dividend, we have several startup. What is missing is the support that they require in terms of helping them grow, mentoring them, as well as the investments. So one cannot go without the other kind of a thing. So because of which we realized that in the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor's role, we felt that we need to develop some ecosystems which help the startups to come across and talk to industries, connect and collaborate with other startups and academia. Because research is, unless you have many years of research, you're not going to have innovation in place. And we always forget that there are many years of research behind a particular innovation. And hence, since I always knew that we're going to be very few people and we should not be a bottleneck to this entire supply of its and innovators and so on, researchers. And that's why we thought of a couple of ecosystems that we have developed. Past 3 years, or rather 3 years ago, we developed Manthan. Manthan is a digital platform which basically looks at getting demand for the startups as well as for the researchers. How do we do that? We go to every line ministry possible. We go to every industry, multinationals, high net worth income individuals, and so on, and they have for the startups. Why do we do that? Obviously, because the startups and the academia cannot reach out to so many, industries. Some of them come on their own. Some of them we source, with a lot of difficulty. Today, I'm very happy to share with you, we have crossed 9,000 crores worth of projects on form. Out of that, at least 2,500 crores of funding has gone to each and every institute as well as startups. A lot of this has also not been computed, but the ones which have been computed is to the tune of 2,500 crores. This month itself, we have had several projects from Google, for instance, for clean technologies. Thermo Fisher is looking to support 500 startups. We have IT department of Bangalore supporting a lot of organizations and so on. And similarly, we had the Land Accelerator program, which we put up on this platform. The second piece is that if you have an innovation and you want to showcase it to the entire world, you have nowhere to go today to showcase that. So, and hence Manthan provides you that particular opportunity where you can share your market-ready innovation. And similar to LinkedIn, you have industries who can connect to you or any kind of potential partner who can connect. Piece that is in place And the last one is in terms of amplifying stories, right? The amplifying each of your innovation stories. So we make international movies, we have made episodes, we have developed several episodes on agriculture since the previous speaker was talking about agriculture technology. We have done a lot of these, something called the Kisan Mitra initiative, where we've got 1,000 technology research and all of that on Doordarshan with the funding of IFCO in the times of COVID. So that is, while 9,000 crores is a good amount of money, most of it was lapped up by the IITs and NITs and the large institutes, AIMS and DRDOs and so on. And that is why we said that we need to focus on tier 2, tier 3. And that's why we've started a new program called Scaling of Tier 2 Colleges for the Holistic Advancement of the Nation. Here, what we do is we do a dipstick survey, first of all, to ensure we understand what is the innovation readiness of several of these institutes in terms of research outcomes, in terms of publications, in terms of patenting and IPR, also in terms of how ready they are for innovation. Do they have innovation labs? Are they focusing in one, oil and gas or energy or say space technology institutes? You will most probably be blinking because we have never specialized in these innovation areas, and that's why we have decided that under Uthan we would be specializing on this and some of these areas, defense technologies and so on, water, waste management, all of that. So the whole idea is also to use a framework to assess and evaluate at a dipstick level in terms of where some of these tier 2 colleges are. And then once we give them some kind of a capacity building modules, post which we also would like to set up innovation hubs in some of these places, institutes, and because of which we would go into a diagnostic tool, which is a architecture phase 2, where we go deep dive into it. It's something like how you go to a doctor, he looks at you physically and then he says, okay, you need to take these medicines. But if you have chronic problems, then you need to have blood tests and so on. So diagnostics will give you exactly where they stand in terms of innovation readiness. And then we want to put up something called MICTI, which is Manthan International Federation of Inventors Association, tier 2 colleges innovation hubs. So we would like to end the engagement with the institute by putting up hubs where we again have a consortium of 6 organizations, large collaborators who have come together to set up these hubs. So one looks at it from a programmatic point of view, the other looks at it from investors and bringing in investors, the other one looks at processes, SOPs and all of that. So together they set up these innovation hubs in various institutes. So we've done at least 5 of them in the last few months. Manthan is a very few months old kind of a mission, and we've just started that, but this year we're going to focus a lot on that. We already got interest from Ministry of Education Australia to support us on this and bring in experts. Third, the last ecosystem that we have developed is the rural smart village centers. And I think it will be very relevant for many of the innovators here because we want to, 70% of India is we go and ensure that we have a square feet center in each of these places. And we also that when we have, when we place centers, we ensure that we take in 1 to 12 tracks of innovations to these businesses. So fund is always agriculture services and technologies, and people with cropping patterns, so people startups who have drones for spray of organic fertilizers, who also develop organic fertilizers and so on. All of them have a huge scope here. We've got 100 implementation partners who are setting these up. We have shown, so that's the first track. The second track is livelihood related technology. The third is water, waste management, and environment related technologies that we disseminate through this. We also have cohorts, we also have technologies of renewable energy, financial technologies, education technologies, and so on, which we take through these centers to the villages around. In addition to that, we develop entrepreneurship through an EDP course. In this case, what happens is we have quite a few IITs that we have been supporting from past 20 years. So we take these technologies, develop them, give them a technology transfer free of cost in most cases, and we develop local entrepreneurs as well. And the last one is we encourage tier 2 colleges to do internship in RSVCs, where they pick up these problem statements and try to solve them. So all these three large national ecosystems and frameworks and initiatives, as well as interventions, are for all of you. And we do not charge, our bent of mind is philanthropic, and we do not charge any of you for these services. We also do not touch government funds in this. It's mostly philanthropic funding, or rather 99.9% is philanthropic funding. The Manthan platform itself is crowdsourced funding, and I'm also happy to share with you that we have been in the top 8 global government initiatives, and I got to present it to 26 prime ministers and their delegations over a period of 3 days at Dubai. So that is where we stand as of today on these ecosystems, and very happy that WRI is part of our family, and we also want more and more partners, especially the innovators, to leverage and utilize these platforms that we are building for them. Thank you so much for having me over, and hopefully we'll meet in person someday. Thank you.
Does anyone have any question for Dr. Sapna? Thank you so much, Dr. Sapna, for that deeply insightful and inspiring address. We will now take a short break and we'll reconvene at 11:30. Yeah, please. Welcome back, everyone. We are now moving to the second round of Innovation Showcase. Our next lightning pitch will be delivered by Arogya Medisoft Solutions Private Limited. You can just use this. I'll manage that screen.
Okay. So you will be managing it? I don't have to press it, right?
Press here if you want to change here.
Sure. Hello. A very good morning to everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm Dr. Amrita Mukherjee, the co-founder and product manager at Arogya Medisoft Solution. We are a deep tech digital solution company working in agri-diagnostics and life sciences traceability platform. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. India's agriculture is at a critical transition point. Today, our food system faces 3 interconnected challenges: high pesticide residue, increasing heavy metal contamination, and declining soil health. Yet, 80% of India's 14 crore smallholder farmers lack the access to basic agricultural testing. Either the testing do not happen, or it happens too late or too far. Obviously, the impact is very high. The on-site testing that facilitates the procurement decision is not readily available, causing almost 1.4 lakh crore of yield loss, resulting in export rejections annually, nutritional imbalance, and a loss of trust across the supply chain from the farmer to the buyer to the regulator. So at Arogya Medisoft, we just asked a simple question that what we can do and if we can bring a high-quality diagnostic device at the field level that can be accessible, that can be affordable, connected. So to answer that question, we brought a portable and connected platform for our platform that can provide rapid analysis of 50 types of pesticide residues, heavy metals, soil nutrients, leaf parameters, and water nutrients. And based on these parameters, we provide real-time advisories to the farmers, FPOs, agri-enterprises, institutions, etc. And what differentiates Arogyam is not its devices, but the intelligence behind it. We have already granted 2 patents. Our AI/ML engine is trained on more than 4 lakhs field tests. We are currently deployed across 5 countries, 150 customers, 230 installations, and we have already done 4 lakh tests. Now, our solutions are getting manufactured in an NSIC certified manufacturing facility, and all are compliant as per the required regulatory and quality standards. Our current revenue model includes device, reagents, and calibration kit sales through different CSR and government deployments, which make it scalable and affordable, especially in the underserved regions. Next slide, please. So looking ahead, we see great opportunities, but few challenges as well. We would like to scale our revenue, and we would also go for market adoption of our data and AI assets. Keep this in mind, we would like to build a dedicated sales and support team focusing on agro-testing, scale to almost 1,000 devices via different corporate state programs like NABARD, ATMA, FPO federations, and different CSR deployments. We would like to embed Soil Sathi and other devices into government subsidy schemes and ESG schemes. Then onboarding one agri-food OPCO, tea board, sugar mills, exporter for their full farm digitization. We'd also like to initiate pilot carbon credit projects using Soil Sathi health data, then publish this real-world evidence to strengthen our IP. Finally, we are also looking at monetizing the data mode that are getting generated through the devices, which will help the policymakers to take informed decisions based on the data that will help the farmers at the end level. So our key asks are helping in development of the channel partnerships through government and CSR programs that will help us to increase our revenue, and also to help us in enabling partnership for our data-driven services. So in conclusion, Arogyam is not only building devices, it is building trust, transparency, and sustainability. So we are looking forward to collaborate and making impact together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita, for your pitch. Next, we have Khedut Samiti Private Limited.
Hello, everyone. My name is Namrata, and it's really good to be here in Delhi because here is where I grew up and did my college education, everything. And I got an opportunity during my MPhil to go to Jharkhand, live in a village, and explore rural life. And when I did that, I realized that the farmers there, they were essentially doing business. Farming is essentially a business. They buy seeds, they buy inputs, and they wait for 2-3 months, 5 months, and then they sell their produce. And the price is not determined by them. There are a lot of problems that happen. And since then, I really wanted to work in agriculture, do something, whatever I can for it. So Khedut Samriddhi means, Khedut means farmer, Samriddhi means for prosperity, and we work in South Gujarat and parts of Maharashtra. And since my entrepreneurial journey, one of the things that I've seen is that sometimes a lot of different ideas and opportunities come. And opportunities can be really distracting sometimes. And so the name of my company is such that it specifies the goal. The goal is Khedut Samriddhi. We need to bring farmer prosperity. And how do we bring about farmer prosperity, especially in the long term? It is by healing the soil, by restoring the soil, and bringing income to farmers in the process. So I am the founder and director, and then we have Ankur Bhai, who manages the sales and marketing, and then we have a store manager and a video editor. So we are a very small team right now. We started with vermicompost production, and then we realized that if we really want to bring about farmer prosperity and bring about healing the soil, a lot of other products are also needed. So now we have a lot of organic fertilizers and like neem khali, castor cake, pheromone traps, everything that enables organic farming and less use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. We also provide training. We go to on-field and give recommendations on how to reduce the use of chemical inputs, increase the use of organic inputs. And we also have an online presence on YouTube. And current traction, last year we had a revenue of 27 lakhs. Moving on to the opportunities and challenges. As I said, we are still very small. We want to scale up. We want more working capital to scale across geographies also. And what we tried initially, we did everything by ourselves. We did production, we did marketing and sale, and we realized that while this is doing good, but it's firstly, we are not able to scale. Secondly, we are not able to produce results in terms of revenue and profit. So we have shifted to enabling vermicompost entrepreneurs, providing them training, buying inputs from them continuously, and we are also focusing on marketing, sale, training, all of that. And we need capital, we need expertise on this front. And since we are a social enterprise, the business aspect is also very important. So we are selling to farmers, so our profit margins are limited. So we need to expand to the kitchen gardening segment also and build an online presence, and we need support and help in that. So we need to expand revenue, go online, and have at least one more store in the next 18 months. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Next, we have the open field.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Manisha Orao, the co-founder and the CEO of the Open Field. We work at the intersection of forest, livelihood, and climate intelligence. Our belief is simple. When forest communities own value, forests don't disappear. They begin to thrive. My co-founders are Kumar Abhishek, who leads strategy and partnership, and Pratik Topo, who leads our technology and deployment. Together, we are building a system that connects forests globally while empowering communities locally. Next slide, please. So problem and our model. Across India, forest economies are built on extraction, not ownership. Communities are treated as collectors, not entrepreneurs. Up to 40% of value is lost because processing happens far away. Producers have no pricing power, no quality control, and remain invisible to formal market. Our model flips that. We move value back to the village through three things: IoT-enabled solar-powered ion microprocessing hubs, forest operating system for traceability and carbon data, and definitely women-led operations. The shift turns extraction into ownership and collectors into micro-entrepreneurs earning 2 to 5 times more. Next slide, please. So how we create impact? Our approach is focused and practical. We redesign forest economies by moving processing, data, and decision-making back to communities. Processing reduces post-harvest loss and improve quality. Data enables traceability, fair pricing, and buyers' trust. Decision-making builds local enterprise ownership, especially among women. When these three return to the village, income rise, dignity is restored, and forests are protected. Next slide, please. Traction and why this matter now. This is already working. We work with 1,200 forest farmers across Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. We have processed 50 tons of mahua and 4 tons of chiranji last year alone. 5 iron hubs are operational. Post-harvest loss is down by 40% and carbon footprint by 90%. We have mapped 3,000 forest assets in our green bank. Those are the trees of much older than even 30 years. And the premium buyers are already sourcing from us. One such premium buyers are here in Delhi is Roseate Hotels as well. So why now? Next slide, please. Because restoration effort often ignored livelihood, I believe. Our model flips the missing layer. Local processing reduces over-extraction. Stable income prevents land clearing, and traceability ensures ethical sourcing. Community ownership becomes climate infrastructure. And this is why I'm saying it. I belong from the community. I returned back home and I started working towards it. And that's what I felt, that the ownership has to be with the community. Constraint learning and the ask. Our constraint is in demand. It's infrastructure and working capital at the cluster level. We have learned that forest economies don't scale through isolated hubs. They scale through dense cluster that reduce logistic cost and improve consistency what market demands. Our biggest challenge is not demand. It's scaling infrastructure and working capital at the cluster level. We have learned that the forest enterprise don't grow one hub at a time. They grow in clusters, as we say, the community aspect of it, which reduce logistic cost and improve consistency. With catalytic capital, we plan to set up 4 to 6 new hubs, double income for more than 60 to 80 micro entrepreneurs, forest farmers I'm talking about. Secure, predictable B2B supply contract, this turn early success into a stable and repeatable model. We have been performing via our own marketing strategies through food shows across India. Even we were the first tribal-led entrepreneurs who have been performing for IFA Awards to fed even the Bollywood stars last year, the tribal food, and it was announced. We have also performed with President of India at the embassies as well. Those are a couple of our approach which we have taken on our own strategy and need more help from the organizations like you. So the open field is about restoring forests by strengthening the people who depend on them. When communities own values, forests don't disappear. And we say they regenerate economically and ecologically. Thank you so much.
Before we move on to the next activity of the day, next session of the day, we'll just do a quick activity. Let's just go around the room, and you've heard some addresses today, you've heard some pitches today. So if may I request each cohort member to share one practical takeaway or one insight that you've gathered, something that you've learned new, if there's anything at all. So could we please just go around the room, and each company from the cohort could probably say something on their mind. Can we pass on the mics, please?
Sitting is okay, or I have to?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think I'll start with her. So what I learned from her presentation, because it's very fresh to me. So cluster-based approach is something they're following, which I thought like I can implement in my business as well, because we are trying to explore few business model across 2 geographies. So that was a very good learning for me from her presentation. And what I appreciate and what I look forward from her is she's working with more of the women entrepreneurs. We are also trying to do it, but as a technological point of view, women are not able to take up that activities. But what she was doing is more towards a value addition. So their woman finding was very easy. So I wanted to take some inputs from her. After this, I'll speak with her. How do we bring on women on board? We have tried, but we failed somehow, whatever the reasons. I would like to discuss even with the team as well. So these 2 were the points which I would like to implement in my own business. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. I mean, it's wonderful to see the cohort already sort of learning from each other, exchanging inspiration. Yes, please.
Hello.
thank you so much for the opportunity to come here. And I believe in terms of NTFPs, when you go to the market, you kind of feel alone. Because many of them don't understand the kind of landscape where we come from. And meeting even Dr. Jayant here, and it's been a pleasure learning it from him that, somebody on the other side at the south is also leading the change. So that is something I think I'm going to take it with the peer learning for the upcoming months. So that is something which is also a model support, I would say, in a domain which I'm working currently, and the learning which I'm getting from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello. What I feel that we need to work together on the awareness generation, especially among the farmers or the farming community for the soil testing, the need of soil testing. That's where we can also talk to Dr. Manisha that how we can onboard women entrepreneurs. That generation of awareness is a basic thing before we do anything else. Otherwise, all our initiatives will go in vain. If the farmers and the farming community is not very aware what we are trying to do and what benefit it will bring to them.
Sure, thank you. Good to know.
Yeah, one of the things that our company is trying to do is we want to generate knowledge and interest in soil testing. And that is something that is still very niche. And even the market, we also tried to, purchase devices, but we don't know which to trust and which not to. So we have 2 people already here. So I'm looking forward to learning from Sudha and Amrita on this.
That's great. Any other views from the room?
I think for me it was more on some of them I could see in their slides. We are also working in carbon. So one of their slides, it was like they're also looking at carbon. So I could see potential collaboration also there. And I think that sir also we are talking to, and during the break we are also discussing about हम इसको आगे कैसे लेके जा सकते हैं. So those are the things that I could clearly think of.
That's great.
So while I was listening other cohort people, so I realized like a lot of work we are doing on the ground, but we are not measuring like, okay, what was the soil health initially and what is the condition now. And there are companies who are already working on it, capturing the data. So I feel like we cannot invent everything, we cannot do everything, but we can collaborate, like we can work with them, and some of the technology we can adopt in our area. So I see there's a scope where we can work together also. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah. So right now we are creating some environmental and social impact. So we don't have the validation from any third-party organization. Yeah, we don't have any technology. So I think we should use that technology, and we have to validate that both the environmental and social impacts, I think. Thanks.
Okay.
So like I interacted with Jayanji, basically he told about the fair wild certification someone is selling in Europe. So that is pretty interesting to us. Like we also discussed something on mushroom lines, which is very much relevant for us. So that was key learning that someone is able to sell to Europe from forests. So that is pretty much interesting for us. We'll take up to that.
That's great.
Yeah. So I'm also looking for like impact measurement is a prime focus, and we do build a machine, but we don't trace any impact how is it created, and we are also interested in the carbon tracking. May collaborate with a sensors based company who are doing soil testing and further. So looking forward to it. Yeah.
Thank you.
For me, I think I feel energized seeing a lot of young people. I don't consider myself old, but but the journey here is, I mean, probably you will agree, and afterwards, that it is a very long road, and restoration is the heart of our whatever we do. And I see that a lot of focus is on soil health, which is very difficult to measure. One of the, and we talk about soil carbon, everything. So I see that that is also something that we would like to use, and how old forests, old growth forests have the capacity to create great soil quality. this is how we, connect. It is not connected to dots. I think the value here is that these are all knowledgeable people. We got some patent, everything. This is something that is going to, investors are going to get excited. And I think this is the most, the best value proposition here is the knowledge exchange and the energy that the young, the next generation is bringing. So I'm really happy to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's wonderful to hear, and that's actually one of the most important objectives of why we have gathered here. This energization by cross-fertilization of ideas, looking for potential collaboration, inspiration. I think this is what we are aiming for. So thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, and we'll do probably more of these conversations through the day. And with this, I'll pass on back to Arsh.
Thank you, Divya. I now invite Keerthan Karunakar to deliver the strategic partner address on catalyzing enterprise-led restoration through corporate philanthropy. Keerthan is a grant and philanthropy professional with India operations at Salesforce, working at the intersection of corporate social responsibility, strategic philanthropy, and sustainable development. His work centers on program design, stakeholder engagement, and scaling high-impact initiatives that promote social equity and sustainability. Keerthan, we are grateful for Salesforce's partnership and support. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here. And during my early career, I was, by my then boss, I was taught the power of collaboration, right? He said, 1 + 1, when you collaborate, is not 2, it is going to be 11 or more. So it's absolutely fantastic to see that already brewing in action. And I'm Keerthan from Salesforce, and he's told a lot of things about me which I don't know is true. But it's absolutely great to be here in front of this extraordinary cohort and for the fantastic partnership we have with WRI. Let me start by thanking all of you for being here and really driving this beautiful Land Accelerator program. At Salesforce, if you've heard of Salesforce or if you've seen anywhere about Salesforce, you would have for sure seen this statement saying that business is the greatest platform for change, right? And all of you are the live examples for that, where you're building enterprises, you're building new models where economic growth and the planetary health are inclusive and they go hand in hand, right? So that is what we believe in. And when Salesforce was originally founded by Mark Benioff and Parker Harris in 1999, they had this crazy concept of 1-1-1 model, right? 1% of your profit. They wanted to give back 1% of their equity, 1% of their product, 1% of their time. Back then it was pretty easy because they had no positive cash inflow, they had no product, and they barely had any employees. They started with 55 folks. But 25, 26 years down the line, what that model translated it into is that about $1 billion, yeah, a billion with a B, was given back to the communities, and in India-centric, about $15 million was given back to the communities as investments, social investments, 1% of the time, which amounted to 10 million hours. And also, our products are now been utilized by close to 19,000 non-profits across the globe, which is our perpetual licenses and to scale their businesses and such. And all of this, why I'm saying about this 1-1-1 model is it is our foundation to what we do as a philanthropic approach. And we broadly have two verticals what we deal with, one being education, another one climate. And let me focus more on climate, right? One, we want to invest in having a net zero emission across our value chain. That is a big focus. And second one is that we have ambitious goal of restoring and conserving 100 million trees by 2030 through nature-based solution. That is another thing. And the other biggest investment area where we see is eco-entrepreneurs and climate innovators who create these scalable and market solutions. Because what we realized is technology is not going to solve the climate crisis. We need restoration. We need entrepreneurs who can make restoration an economical thing. It can't be a non-commercial thing. I was talking to Harshit before this, and he was saying how money is people, product, and profit. They are at the core of it, and once you add that value is when it really translates into action. And why restoration? Because this is the most powerful and most effective option available to us. Right? And this is a threefold approach where climate action happens, where biodiversities are conserved, and above everything, they really create resilient livelihoods, right? Because these jobs are to stay. They are, as long as Earth is to exist, these jobs are to stay. This is the sort of impact it has. And to speak about what I'm here to speak about, why this funding really matters is because, like Ruchika said, the gap which it has from the investment opportunity to what it really needs is huge. It's absolutely brutal, right? There's so many figures around it, and like Ruchika shared, and we keep looking at those internally. And the problem is that the traditional investor looks at how fast can they grow revenue? What is the model looking like? Because these are not proven models, and these are something very risky for them, right? Because they're traditional investors. They see everything black and white, and it's not as risk tolerant as it should be. And that is where we at Salesforce really believe in these investments, because it does four things. One, it really de-risks the innovation. Like it allows you to experiment, test out your business models, and bring new value propositions. And then, like the second one is like the Land Accelerator program itself. It builds that ecosystem more than anything else, right? Like I said earlier, 1 + 1 can never be 2 when you collaborate. So it really brings that mentorship, brings that technical capacity, building that technical capacity and such. And this is really a bridge to scale. Like without scale, it's never going to work. And this also will demo, the fourth one being the market viability. So all of these four things is what we believe will happen with land restoration, our restoration project. And that is why it is so important to invest for corporates in these early stage innovations, because this will sort of lay foundation for the future markets to grow, right? Yeah, and we've seen this happening. It's not something coming out of thin air. Through our previous Land Accelerator impact, which we had examples like Dara, which something, thank you Divya for sharing those fantastic videos and materials. It's just fantastic to see these. These are already proven, right? With the other partners like Game and Selco, we recently, the last year, we deployed 600 decentralized renewable energy, where most of them are women entrepreneurs. They cut their energy cost by 60%, and they shot their economic revenue, right? So these things are already happening, and these are the proof points. And this is the power of working together with partners like WRI and co-creating those ecosystems. Yeah, and I've spoken too much, and I think thank you so much for this incredible cohort to be here, and I know the fantastic work gone behind this by the WRI team to put all of these things in place, the Villgro team too. All right. One thing I want to say is that you're all restoration champions, and what you're doing today is not for us, it's for our future generations to come, and that's why it is so important, right? And what kind of world are we going to give back to our children, right? So thank you so much for everything you do. It's an absolute pleasure to be here.
Does anyone have any questions for Kirtan?
We have 10 minutes left for us in this session, so we can take questions. We're 10 minutes ahead of time.
How we can collaborate with you, because we are in the FMCG sector, so how we can use the Salesforce as a platform,
There's several ways, I think. One is right off the bat, I can think of a program called Power of Us, which if you're a non-profit, you would get access to Salesforce technology for free, 10 free perpetual licenses. So that's something which you can do. And there's also something called as Salesforce Startup Program, if that is something you want to explore and see.
Any other questions?
When you mean the first thing about net zero, right? Second thing is more on planning. So net zero, how do you, like, what is your plan or how are you going to do it? Of your entire value chain?
Yeah, we'll take this question one-on-one.
Can you tell more about the Salesforce startup program? Some details about it.
Yeah. Now I'm sort of deviating from the topic. That is more commercial. It's sort of like getting you into the ecosystem to sort of get you acquainted with the CRM and their products and try to push your products out. So I don't know if all of you know what is Salesforce. We are a CRM company and we have products to help you boost your sales. And that's pretty much what we do.
So is it possible to promote the brands that we develop? I mean, for all the cohort members I'm talking about, through sales, through your startup, whatever way you have, you can help promote those brands, because it's very difficult to gain visibility by spending money on e-commerce platforms. If there's something that we can do in that direction with you.
In the startup program you're talking about?
Or even using your CRM.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you should explore this option.
We would like to know. I mean, we have the MyForest brand at least, so we can think about how you can help us, get the visibility.
Sure. Looking forward.
Thank you so much for your questions. Moving ahead, we now move to the final round of Innovation Showcase. Our next pitch will be delivered by Oscillo Machine Private Limited.
Can I change the, okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prajwal. I am founder and CEO of Oscillo Machines Private Limited. We are based in Mysore. The problem which we are addressing is the acute labor shortage and the lack of localized solution, and the small and marginal farmers facing the soil degradation due to rise of the chemical dependency and high diesel cost and high labor cost as well. And why this matters now is so the mechanization improves the field capacity as well as yield and reduce the input cost overall, so that the income of the farmer can be increased, as well as we can encourage the restoration efforts among the farming community. So mechanization helps in that matter to gain it. So we have products which we have 4 products. One is paddy transplanter, which can transplant the traditional grown seedlings, and along with that we have a DSR attachment. And in the poultry we have a poultry raking machine and the poultry feeders, and in paddy weeders as well. All are electric, powered by lithium-ion batteries. Patent has been granted for the transplanter, and other products we are awaiting for the final results. So this is current traction. We have sold across the India and exported to the few countries like Mauritius and Riyadh, and we got a good traction and good feedback. We also supported by few units has been supported under foundations as well. And primarily our focus in Karnataka, Telangana, Odisha, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh as well, we have entered selling few machines. So opportunities are challenges. Currently we are facing is a working capital and seasonal inventory financing, and market access, distribution, and lack of impact assessment of our machines. So we have a primary data of impact, but we want to dig deep how impact is creating both in carbon, soil, and water. So what we tried so far is a completely bootstrap method using customers' money as a working capital so that we can produce more, and limited dealers, vendor credit exposure, and direct farmer demonstration we have done. So we required unlocking the next phase of the cycle either through an equity or the debt based capital. Also focusing on the team expansion, particularly in sales and marketing, and strategic partnership with the dealers and FPOs and CSCs. So our main target is to onboard 50 plus dealers this year and upcoming year, and partnership with FPOs and other sales channels. And we are also looking for the mentorship on the impact assessment of our machines particularly, and we also have a revenue target to reach 1 to 2 crore this year. This year we have reached around 60 lakhs to 70, hoping to close around 80 lakhs this year. So next year we want to reach at least 2 crores yeah. So this is my team, and these are the testimonials and awards we have received. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pranchal. Next, we have Agrozi Organics Private Limited.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mahesh Londe, founder of Millets Now. So basically, we are strengthening the value chain of millets to improve the farmer income and the nutritional security for the community. Next slide. Yeah. This is a problem due to the adverse climatic condition, unpredictable rainfall, high temperature, and drought, which is negatively impact on our food system, and that directly impact on our public health, which is 2 billion people are suffering from the iron deficiency anemia. Around the 70% of women and the 60% of school-going children are suffering from the iron deficiency anemia. So we have developed one solution, which is a Nutri-Dabba. So what we do, so we are procuring the raw material like iron pearl millet from the smallholder farmer from the Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh. After that, we have developed one technology, which is a hydro-NRI, which enhance the shelf life of the iron pearl millet. And this is a patented technology, and also we have validated this technology from the NIFTIM Tanjavur and the Mahatma Phule Krishi Vidyapith, Maharashtra. In this Nutri-Dabba, which includes the 5 different types of product, which is a multi-millet laddu, cookies, Nutri-Bar, and khakra and chivda, which fulfill your daily dose of the iron from this Nutri-Dabba. Next slide. Yeah, this is our revenue, and this is currently we are serving around the 2 lakhs school-going children in the Maharashtra, UP, Punjab, Haryana, Jharkhand, and Rajasthan. So this is opportunities and the challenges. We are facing challenges for the go-to-the-market strategy in the quick commerce, e-commerce, and second in the operation, which is a quality and safety we are facing for that one. And this is a way forward to achieve our milestone. We want to reach the 7,500 farmers in this years, and we want to develop the 66 different way already developed. But we are not maintaining their quality and safety and operation like that. So we have a partnership with right now NRLM, NABARD, and Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Next slide. Yeah. how we are differentiate from these models. Right now, this iron deficiency anemia, this problem is soaring through the supplementation of folic acid tablets. Second, fortification, but we have a developed community-centric and food-based approach. That's all about agro. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Kalp Climate Tech Private Limited.
Hello everyone. I think before starting, I'll just a little bit tell about myself. So I did my engineering, and today there is no relation to what I have done. Like मैंने electrical engineering पढ़ाई किया था, but it doesn't matter now. So and I come from Andhra Pradesh, southern India, from a farming family. So farming has been I think मैंने engineering में तो 2-3 साल ही पढ़ाई किया होगा, मुश्किल से 1 साल पढ़ाई किया होगा. But agriculture I have seen practically from day one, I think at least 4-5 years, where I used to go with my father to the field, all of that. Then post engineering, I worked in agri space for last 6-7 years in all of it. So that's when I realized that agriculture has been the most common thing. And like my larger dream, like maybe today we're working in this, and for me larger dream is, can we actually build something meaningful for 100 million smallholders? So I was actually thinking of the same thing. What is the problem? Then in agriculture, understanding all of it, there has to be a payer at scale. Because the challenge in Indian current agriculture context, lot of them are smallholders. 80% of the farmers are smallholders. I'm not talking about anything of this. So payer is a problem because smallholder hai, paying capacity nahi hai, maximum they could pay for his input output, and market linkages is what they want. And agriculture is also like most risky business, right? So I can't go back to a community and ask, I have a fantastic solution. Maybe it will increase your yield, but it will cost you 2 lakh rupees. I have done it for last 5-6 years of selling something which costs around 1 lakh rupees. I have traveled across Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Rajasthan. Then what I realized is same, paying capacity nahi hai. If you are giving it at maybe 4-5,000 rupees, maybe they will be able to afford and pay. So that's when the starting of Krishi Carbon also is more like intersection of Krishi is more like the farmer, and carbon is where right now we are looking at. And carbon इसलिए रखा कि हम लोग, at least our belief is carbon markets could be the payer at scale. That's what right now we are looking at. And we found that somewhere like, okay, there is a payer for maybe today potentially 100 million could come from that. I think that's where the markets are right now looking at. And in Krishi also emphasis on she, because from my understanding again, men takes a lot of credits, or any picture that you see in the farmer, you'll see the men. But on the ground, women does a lot of work. And in our team, I think Anjali is also my co-founder, and yeah. So we want to name it, so at least in the name also we want to show that, okay, women does also a lot of work, right? So there's a little bit of change. I think that's the story or background behind it. And what we do today is, for us it was more on today agri-waste. I think agri-residue, I think Delhi, anyway, people know a lot about it, right? Every season in November or December, I think your lungs will feel that. So I think right now we are trying to address the same problem where what is getting, like it's a waste that is there. We go back to the farmers and tell, okay, don't even burn that. Maybe we could convert in something into meaningful thing where you will be able to put back to the soil. Can you change the next one? Yeah. So yeah, I think for us it was more on build a simple solution that we'll be able to put back to the soil, convert that waste using a low-tech mechanism, because again the challenge is high-tech, it also has to reach every farmer, right? Because it's a decentralized, fragmented land holdings. So our solution today is simple. We have a mechanism, low-tech mechanism, which works on the same field, solves the stubble problem on the same farm. We convert that waste to biochar and put it back to the soil. So that way we are stopping the stubble burning and also converting into something meaningful where the biochar goes back to the soil. And what biochar essentially does is, it increases putting that pure organic carbon back to the soil. So which means we spoke about a lot, I think in the 40%, like a lot of soil is degraded. So over a period of time, we are stopping that, and also it's going to increase that. And in all of this, the beauty of it is there is no payer where farmer is not going to pay anything for it. The payer of it is the carbon markets. And right now, I think what we have proven as of now is we have a sales partnership with one of the French buyer. So we have a sales, our carbon project is listed. and we are operational across Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Telangana right now, and Madhya Pradesh also. So these are the 4 states right now we are working with. And again, I think at least from in 4 or 5 years, visibly what we could see is we could scale up to at least 1 million farmers using the same simple solution and all of that. Yeah. Can you change to next? Yeah. I think why now, though, I anyway mentioned like all of us realizes the problem, and it has to again stop. I think in terms of stubble, at least it has to stop. These I spoke about. I think we also have the proven model. It's not like we are in a initial phase. The model is proven. It's working for the farmers. And the picture that we are is Anjali is my co-founder, other co-founder there, and this picture from Gujarat where we are working in. And we are working in the most tribal belt where, and we also realize again, same, lot of women work. So in the picture also, a lot of women farmers are there. Yeah. I think current challenge, which I think over a period of time we'll be able to, largely around constraint is on working capital, because carbon, the way it works is we have to work on the biochar production across the year. We'll be able to monetize only once a year. Even though we have a payer, but the capital flow only will come once a year. So which means with the current capital, we are only going to grow maybe to 10,000 tons of biochar in next 1 year. But if we have to scale this up to 1 lakh tons or 1 lakh farmers, that's when we need to unlock debt, or I think debt is a solution that can actually scale. But I think largely around figuring out that working capital gap. And if we can actually unlock that blended finance plus structured, when I mean structured pre-sales, it's a carbon, because carbon buyers are also willing to pay upfront. So which means if you are able to unlock both of them, then we'll be able to scale to at least 10,000 credits in next visibly 4, 5, 6 months. Because we have the on-ground presence we have. So it's not a problem of supply, it's more on how do you build a better financial structure. Yeah. Yeah, I think impact is inbuilt in our model. I think one thing that we also are trying to address is while we are actually building this or unlocking carbon, for us it was most important thing, soil health is anyway we are able to measure. Other thing which we work is we work via rural entrepreneurs. We call them as climapreneurs, and that rural entrepreneurial model is what we are trying to bring, because in essentially while doing all of that in rural areas we need to create more jobs, then only we'll be able to stop, as in if we are able to provide meaningful income to them, then at least the overall livelihood also will impact basically. I think that's all. Thank
you. Thank you, Mr. Nagasai Krishna. Our last lightning pitch will be delivered by WRI Innovations Private Limited.
So hello everyone. I'd like to start. आप लोग mushroom खाते हो? You guys eat mushrooms, right? And what we see, we keep them in fridge. In 2-3 days, they start turning brown, right? It is one of the most the vegetable as such you see कि बहुत waste होता है, right? So we are a technology company that helps develop the product that improve the quality and shelf life of mushroom. We also give product to farmers to improve their yield. So, yeah, I'm Abhishek, I'm co-founder at Navok. I did my bachelor's at IIT Delhi, then went to KTH Sweden. I have Afan with me, Dr. Lam is out there. Mota यही है that we are working on improving the quality, the shelf life, and the yield aspect of button mushrooms. Now, why mushrooms? If you know, in terms of agri residue, if you eat one packet of say 200 grams of mushroom, you are basically utilizing almost 1 kg of agri residue, right? There is a lot of parali that goes into this cropping, and if you see, you have seen those videos के mushroom farming से कमाए करोड़ों रुपए, right? There are a lot of those videos out there, right? But in reality, if you see, like more than 70% of farms shut down in first 3 years of operation. Key reason आपको भी पता है कि बहुत जल्दी आपका खराब होता है तो किसान का तो टनों में प्रोड्यूस होता है, वो और ज़्यादा जल्दी खराब होता है, right? Then there are yield issues that these farmers face. So we develop deep tech solutions that help improve the shelf life of mushrooms and give a better yield to mushroom farmers. Our product is patented in India, US and China. We sell in like 6 different states, like Punjab, Haryana, you have Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Bihar. And mushroom एक चीज़ अच्छी है कि farmers are थोड़े बड़े भी हैं and like small seasonal farmers are out there. We give to both of them. And we do more than 400 tons of mushroom production that people do. We supply product to them. Now, what are key learnings अब तक? What we have learned is कि farmer go for direct impact. उनको सीधा फायदा दिखता है, they go for the product, right? Yield improvement, straight money out there, they go for it. And in terms of shelf life, because we see कि this is very high value crop, a small reduction in the quality leads to a lot of pricing loss for them. So this is what we have learned till now. In terms of reaching out to people, I think YouTube short is best. All our attention span is going down. वो सीधा click करता है like to go to the farmer, right? What we need more, this works more on, a lot on word of mouth. So more of physical presence onto the ground. So we need people that will help us on that front. And because it's a lot of word of mouth, if we are able to reach more number of farmers, we feel we can reach more than 30% of mushroom farmers in the country. We are already giving it in countries like Oman and Nepal as of now. So just a small video about the work, how does it help our mushroom farmer?
ये नवगिरी जो प्रोडक्ट है जी, ये हमें भाई साहब अभिषेक ने हमें दिया जी। इसका इस्तेमाल हमने अपने मशरूम के ऊपर किया, तो हमारी मशरूम इससे बिल्कुल वाइट आई, सफ़ेद हुई बिल्कुल, और इससे इसके ऊपर कोई मतलब वो नहीं रहा, और ना ही ये मशरूम जैसे हमारी खुल जाती थी उसमें भी इसका बहुत अच्छा असर आ।
हेल्प किया नवगिरी ने, जो हमारा प्रॉब्लम आ रहा था, जो कि हमारा मशरूम क्वालिटी डाउन हो रहा था, ब्राइटनेस नहीं आ रहा था, मशरूम येलोइश बन रहा था, उसके ऊपर एक सोल्यूशन दिया है। तो वो सोल्यूशन अभी 100% वर्क कर रहा है। उसका टफनेस और जो ब्राइटनेस है वो मार्केट कंडीशंस पे बहुत अच्छे तरीके से रिजल्ट दे रहा है, और जीवा का क्वालिटी और क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स पहले से अभी काफ़ी गुना बढ़ गए।
So essentially the aim is to make the life of a mushroom farmer happy, and like everyone benefits from that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all your lightning pitches. I now invite Ananya Vyas, Analyst, Market and Channel Development, Villgro Innovations Foundation, to set the context for the group discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Ash. So as we head into the next session, I just wanted to take a moment to kind of reflect on the pitches that we've heard today and just set the tone for the moderated discussion that Shashi will lead. So a lot of the kind of thematic aspects that many of you brought up in terms of, critical challenges that you face in scaling are around, aspects of working capital, adoption and awareness, or finding the right kinds of channel partnerships for your value chains. And if we kind of look at it, central to all is the piece of value addition. In the case of, say, working capital, you can kind of consider it as a question of where can that working capital be put so that the value add that you unlock is optimal. Or in the case of adoption and awareness, raising, what is the perceived value of the service you offer, of the product you offer, and thereby how can it be more strategically kind of communicated to raise the adoption rates. And lastly, when it comes to partnerships, it's often a question of what is the value the enterprise holds to the ecosystem and how that can be communicated to get the right channel partners on board. But I mean, while value addition is sort of a central piece to any kind of company, there are, of course, very specific nuances to the restoration-focused enterprises and the restoration value chain. So I think some of you have already mentioned it. Jayan sir mentioned it in his presentation that restoration outcomes take time, and for them to build that kind of meaningful impact, they need to be given that time. And so any kind of intervention, any kind of action we take has to account for this aspect. And while this program will, of course, have a lot of tailored mentorship and, interventions to support all of your journeys, the biggest wealth of knowledge that we have today is the shared, combined, lived experiences that all of you bring as you run your own restoration-focused enterprises. And one key component of this project, as Divya also mentioned, is the cross-fertilization of ideas that will occur from an intra-cohort exchange. So with that in mind, we'll move into the moderated session. I'll hand it over to Shashi for that, where we can kind of exchange thoughts and insights from all of your experiences and just have a very meaningful exchange based on that. So thank you. Yeah.
I now invite Mr. Shashikant Subramanya, Associate Lead of the Agriculture and Rural Value Chain Vertical at Villgro Innovations Foundation, Associated Partner for Land Accelerator India, to facilitate the group discussion amongst the cohort. Mr. Shashikant has worked at small-scale Sustainable Infrastructure Development Fund and managed the agri portfolio and incubated farmer-producer companies in Karnataka's diverse agroclimatic zones. Mr. Shashi, you have the floor.
Thanks, Harsh. Thanks, Ananya. I've been making some notes. It's not just coming out of today, but a lot of these conferences that Villgro has been part of. I think apart from the context, a lot of the challenges that the companies face are very real. And it flows here as well, very much. Like, for example, value generation and the scale conundrum are the two most critical things to solve, right? And in trying to address that, it's so natural to immediately think of access to capital as a route to scale. We've heard a lot of those challenges today as well, as the need is for working capital. But then we are also seeing a lot of the solutions where, if you look at the supply-demand balance, the supply side is still shadowed a lot by the grants that are coming in. So the question is, what is the route to scale? We have some models ready at our end, but it's shadowed by grants or maybe capital investments by the companies themselves. But then we are expecting the supply side on the customer end to grow and to scale commercially. So how are we looking at that, right? And then there is a massive struggle. Mostly we've heard from the NTFP cohort that demands a massive struggle, right? Dr. Manisha became quite philosophical also about her journey, and I met her and the team. So it is a massive struggle, right? It is not easy. And in trying to solve all this, we are also looking at how we bring in, we realize there are dependencies, real dependencies on the ground. There are ecosystem partnerships to solve. So how does collaboration happen? There are some things that we cannot solve ourselves. So with this being the pattern, what we've tried doing is to bring in group in specific cohorts, like for example, I will have maybe 1 or 2 questions specific to these groups. For example, Nature Connect and Open Field together. 1 question, similar questions to both of you. So the idea is we are tapping into the problem that the subsector is facing, and then there it encourages collaboration. So let me start with that, between Nature Connect and Open Field both. What does it take to generate more value on ground, right? If you are looking at that, if you are looking at also Dr. Manisha's journey of not just collectors, but processing, where do we start and what does it take to extract the maximum value there? The realization of that value and then is next part of the story. But what does it take to generate more value from an NTFP lens?
So, thank you. This is going to be very interesting and productive. I give you 2 examples where how we have created value on the ground. One is through Fair Wild certification. I mean, basically certification as an enabler for capturing true value. And that value comes from the international market. And so what we have done is, there are 2 values we have created. One is for the value for the buyer, and the another value. For the buyer, the value is in transparency. For the buyer, the value is in actually creating those outcomes linked to biodiversity conservation along with delivering highest quality product. These are the 2 values for which the buyer is paying the premium price. Now, the value that is created for the NTFP collector is what is the final product that gets created from the source, from the resource that they have been collecting for hundreds of years. They did not know that. And this was a major revelation for us, that the community which has been collecting this particular produce from the forest did not know which industry is making maximum economic returns from that. So we changed that by setting up those processing facilities, but also training them that how to manage those, and that is where the value from, when you change the form, you create a huge amount of value. And that is not just economic, but also that the confidence that the community gets. So these are the values that we have talked, I'm mentioning about the importance of certification. And the third thing that along with that is basically what it did is actually, this entire NTFP thing is highly unorganized. And then nobody knows how to maintain hygiene for a particular resource which is going to be used as a medicine at the end product. So the certification along with transparency in the supply chain brought this important understanding that you have to keep your processing center clean and you have to document everything. So the sector which was completely unorganized from a documentation point of view, from cleanliness, hygiene, these people started valuing it because they were getting the premium price for their produce. So these are the three other which the enterprise, which the certification has actually changed in terms of different values. Another example I would like to give you, which I tried to mention there, that quite a few medicinal trees which are right now, even today, even if what we are doing, are being used as a fuel wood. Actually, we have, I told you probably that, for example, let us say 5 trees were logged and the farmer got 15,000 rupees. And from those 5 trees, from one single tree, we could make about 2,000 tea boxes. And each box is right now getting a value of, getting a price of 250 rupees on Amazon. You can do the mathematics and you understand that we can create per tree, the value will go up to 100,000 rupees.
Wow.
And this is how you change, not only it's actually find the market, but also do the entire exercise of incentivizing the farmers to keep the trees standing first. Yeah. Then use certification for sustainable harvesting. Third is do the entire value chain, means actually converting the bark or the stem powder into infusion, which gets certified and gets sold in the market. So this is a journey that we have completed, and we have seen so many values. I'm not talking about the values that we do not actually monetize. One is that by keeping the tree standing, you are facilitating pollination because these trees are flowering trees.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr.
Sorry,
Manish,
it was a bit long.
No. I think a lot of valid points there, specifically when you look at monetizing an asset like a tree, which in general is available as a free resource. So basically what's available as an output directly from it is not valued because it's anyway available for free, right? Unless there is value addition and then it finds market, then there is some value to that asset. So I think it's a lot of great points coming out there. Dr. Manish, I think, what are your reflections on it?
I think to start with, where did we start? I would like to say that we always start small and locally. I mean, in terms of microprocessing unit, which was our first aspect, we even built like low cost one, and we tried the traditional method of drying. We tried adopting the traditional method and then taking over few pointers from the modern side of it. So that was where identifying that we don't create that supply. I mean, we build on the existing supply chain. That was one of the sensitization among the farmers which we did. We did not try to force it with our new supply chain. We tried to fit into their supply chain and then start identifying problems with them and then coming on ground. And I think step 2 was also forming and strengthening the SCGs, for example, or the farmer groups. Sensitization is a big problem when it comes to internal forest areas. So that was again a challenge, but then ownerships is something which we realized over time, which we have to build, which they already have, but they also need to realize it. And that's where the collaboration among our organizations and the farmer end worked. So, and onboarding, I mean, digital presence were always there. I mean, most of the farmers, what we work around with, they are on Facebook, they are on Instagram, they've been using it, YouTubes to learn more and more. So that was the easiest part. To tell them about what is the market there is something was initially difficult. So how we relate it to for the community, then comes the making of the hub, then comes the data, which has to be very transparent with the farmers and the buyer ends, and then cluster and then to the market. It's never the other way around, which the route we took. And realization is a part which we realized, the first thing which we realized that extraction is not a problem. Unfair extraction is the problem. Coming from the community, I can say that unfair extraction is the problem. The sustainability will only come when we take those traditional knowledge, how they've been utilizing their resources as of now, and then taking it forward to the market. So that is something which we realized in a longer time, that sustainability will only come if we listen to those community and blend it with the modern knowledge, not taking the aspect ki modernity kam hai, market zyada hai, to hum extract karenge forest se. That will not work. So that is why we always work and take the community in the forefront that we work along with. I hope that made it clear.
One thing that I find really interesting is the route you've taken to get market adoption going, right? For example, Nature Connect's branding it, placing it on the e-commerce websites, but then you are taking it to the restaurants, right? Converting that into ingredients and then taking it there. What made you take that route rather than branding it and then placing it on, say?
Yeah, so it's a very nice story. What we did, we started approaching chefs around India, and what we did was collaboration, as we're talking about. We collaborated with Jharkhand Tourism, and we invited chefs around, and we were the on-ground agency to apply it. So we have 32 tribes in Jharkhand, and we were documenting food, their food habits and how they eat, what is going ahead, what is going across Jharkhand. So while these documentations, the first thing which we document was food and what was the food security behind it and क्या जा रहा है क्या market पे. जब ये chefs आए हमारे यहाँ, उनको जंगलों पे ले गया. We also made them eat with the primitive tribes, what we call right now the Asur tribes. And all these chefs are the master chefs or the main leading chefs of the industry. When they came, they made us realize कि you know what, the 30 rupees यहाँ पे बिक रहे हैं अगर कुछ चीज़ें, तो ये 800 रुपए बिक रहे हैं सिर्फ दिल्ली में. And even we didn't know that. So that bridged the gap, that collaboration bridged the gap. And then we started performing across in a premium hotel chains, talking about tribal food. So we are seeing tribal food in the metros, but we are not seeing tribal Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh or Odisha food in the mainstream. So that was an opportunity for us to market it. And yeah, our team also became chefs to market ourselves. And now we've been performing, as we said, in IFA. And those were the market linkages which we prominently placed. So उनकी तरह से हमें पत्ते के order भी आए हैं, साल के पत्ते. And पत्ते के order अभी भी जा रहे हैं. महुआ के food grade के order आए हैं. And then mahua based sweetener. We have also made like value added sweeteners like plant based honey. So those kind of things started going with these automatically, when you prefer like placing food shows up in front, they feel like, wow, these are the natural food. And that is when we increase the price, I believe. That is what the route we took, Shashi.
Interesting. I think the markets where I think collaborations can happen because you're not competing with each other anyway on that. Fantastic. Thank you. I think that any questions to the two companies from other cohort members? Or, yeah.
Sorry? No, that way it will become liquor and we don't want to get in that industry. That's something which I'm so scared of.
You can still get it in the villages.
We are stabilizing the fermentation for a couple of our value-added products, yeah.
But do you see that as a product which will really take it
Yes,
to...
yes. So there are a heritage liquor company who's working currently in India and are being procured some food grade, mahua. And if you talk about NTFPs, everybody wants to organize those streamlined, but they don't know that community has the answer. The catching nets and how we don't let it drop on the ground. So those kind of things, community was already doing it. We just tried to, redesign it in a way that the pricing is a factor, and we wanted to make those pricing premium. So we have also supplied it to a couple of heritage liquor industry, and it has been great. And now I think the policy is also coming up front for the heritage liquor industry. So thankfully, let's see what future brings in.
Great.
Done? Yeah. Okay. So now, millets now Gramya and Navark. Yeah. Grouping, considering, Navark, you can also talk about market linkages, right? But here, when we are talking of, say, largely procurement-based companies, right? There is little focus on, say, some advisory and crop production, all that. The crux of the business is to, say, procure, add value. Maybe that adding value is mostly in-house once you have provided advisory and have a buyback, because that's the value to the supply side. Beyond that, for that to sustain, you need to also sell the value-added produce out, right? In this whole chain, I'm taking away that price realization across is the critical factor. How much do you think that certification and traceability, right? Traceability, you can look at it as validation in some form or the other, right? Not necessarily traceability. But certified, like how Fairwild would possibly give credibility to the product and the process. Are there any things like that? And how much of a traceability, has an impact on price? That's the question. Gramya, Navark, millets now.
Hello. So you talk about the backend, where we are talking about the procurement and what value addition we are doing, and if you are doing the certification and traceability, so what will be the price impact. So in the procurement, like you rightly said, with the procurement, like if you are giving them the advisory service or backend services, with them, definitely when we are going to the market, we need to do the value addition and then supply it to the market. So what challenge I see here, like in MP, we work with one of the FPO, where total number of farmers are 12,000 farmers, and the FPO procure around 2,000 metric ton of millets. And when we talk about, okay, we want to give to the organic brands, or we want to supply to the premium brands, and where we can get the premium prices, then it come, okay, is there demand for 2,000 metric ton of millets? So with the, definitely we get there the price increase, but price increase, we get very less volume. So first we need to ensure the whole market linkage. So then most of the material goes into the traditional market. You can say 80–90% material goes into the traditional market, and some of the material goes into the organic segment, where the certification is there, traceability is there. So we have seen, like if you're doing the certification and traceability is there, so this D2C brands, premium brands can pay 20–25% premium on that. But I have seen, like there's a dilemma, like some of the company get the certification for 50 acres and they sell the produce of 200 acres produce. So I have seen that kind of practices is happening. So that traceability is the issue here. Like some people get the certification, for the lesser grades but supplying the material. So that trust is not there. But in terms of millet value chain, what I have seen, like most of the brand people know it is like completely naturally grown. People are not using any chemical fertilizer or pesticide. So that market acceptability is there for the produce without the certification also. But you rightly said, if you are going ahead with the certification and traceability, so definitely that price realization will be more for the farmers, and it will go 20 to 25% more price what we are getting right now. So it can happen, and we have seen that like whenever any export order is coming, or like a company like Slur Farm is buying from us, and we have NPOP certification, so then they're ready to pay whatever the general market price is going on. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes. As per our experience, I think millets is a climate resilient crop. It's require only minimum water and fertilizer. I think certification उतना effect नहीं कर रहा है for us, because of the millets is the biggest challenge is a shorter shelf life. Because I think हितेश ने भी सुबह कि इसका उनका experience बताया at his home कि जो बनाना कैसे है. तो second part is digestibility कि digestion नहीं होता है. Third is a phytic acids. तो उसके लिए we have to do the some processing, like we have already developed one technology which is a patented technology, and we develop some products. So for the backward linkage, for the millets itself, there are 9 types of millets, and only 3 millets they are getting the MSP: bajra, ragi, and the pearl millet. Sorry, sorghum. और बाकी millets के लिए अभी जो small millets है, तो उसके लिए MSP नहीं है. At the ground level, हम लोग जहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं, नंदुरबार इन ट्राइबल रीजन, फार्मर दे आर नॉट अवेयर अबाउट द प्राइसिंग. जहाँ वहाँ पे लोकल कोई एजेंट्स है या होलसेलर है, तो वो अपने हिसाब से फार्मर को प्राइस दे देते हैं. तो व्हाट वी डू, तो हम लोगों ने एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग बना दिया. वी हैव अ कैलकुलेट देयर कॉस्ट ऑफ कल्टिवेशन, and we have a decide the pricing for their commodity. So we are as a buyback, हम लोग buyback ले रहे हैं. After that we have a process at our manufacturing units. Already we have developed like 5 products, and around other 10 premixes are there. And after that we have a link the different e-commerce, quick commerce, and the school feeding program is our biggest projects, and all last 5 years we are including, and day by day is increasing. So वही है कि we have to strengthen the first the value chains where the certification for us is not matter. For the just कि जो लोग foreign या India में they knows the millet is climate resilient crop, वहाँ पे कितना fertilizer नहीं, it's weed. तो वहाँ पे उतना हमें तो benefit नहीं हो रहा है, लेकिन for the value addition तो we have to concentrate on that. And market linkage, because demand and supply, the consumer is asking the where is the supply, and the farmer is asking the where is the demand for these crops. So we are fulfilling these gaps. So we have developed a lot of products, and we are facing the lot of challenges for this operation, right? Because we are right from the quality seeds up to plate we are working, and we are facing the challenges for the operation, quality, safety, and all these things. I think I'm looking forward this help from these courts. Yeah, thank you.
I see a very fine line in how one place certifications required or not. Maybe early days, right? But I think I'm attributing it to the fact that Gramya is looking at exporting a lot more on a B2B side of things, and you are trying to build your own brand, right? So maybe it's not important at this point for you that certification is required because you are branding it and then selling it forward, but maybe for Gramya it is required. I think we'll have to still look at it on context. Thanks for that. Now,
so I'd like to break it into 2 parts. In terms of certifications, large farmers and small farmers, right? So in terms of large farmers, this is very much needed, because in terms of mushroom, it's a very high value crop. There is also very high input from the farmer side. So to get the attention, those validation is very much required for them.
Yeah.
And also doing those validation studies, those people who do, they are also connected with large farmers. So that is
Yeah.
also one way to reach out to them.
Right.
And that's how you get your like first customers as well, right? Now, small farmers have a habit of copying the large farmers. That is what we have seen. Then at that point of time, it is not that much of value for them. They see कि okay, अगर बड़ा farmer कर रहा है, तो they will be able to take up. In terms of small farmers, one thing that I have seen is it's basically आप कितना value on table लेके आ पाते हो. So people, small farmers, like they use very like sodium metabisulfite and things like that for washing their mushrooms and right to brighten them. Now that is all banned for a long period of time, but you will see it everywhere happening, right? There you say कि नहीं यार ours is safe, you should try ये वो, you give them the validation, they that doesn't count. They themselves know it is not safe, but they say that the demand is that we cannot do much about it. What we have seen is to replace it, you have to bring out a value where we give more onto the cap opening and on those aspects. So this is what I've seen. Like in terms of large farmers, it is needed, through which you get entry. Small farmers copy large farmers. That's how you move about, right? In terms of small farmers, where because there is not much of checks that is onto the crops as of now. Yeah. So they are literally like selling those things, and the way to sell is at the end of the day giving them value, because already there is a demand for those kind of solutions that people already been using, right? So this is what we have seen like overall in this industry. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to Krishi Carbon and Kedut next. So there is it's not like a like straight business model, right? I mean, you can argue with the vermicompost, it's a little different, but then when we are looking at organic production fertilizers, there is a certain value that is being generated but not realized on the farm, right? It's being realized somewhere else, right? So essentially it is leading to a place where you are generating some data on ground as an addition to the benefit the farmer gets of possibly using the biochar or the organic fertilizer. Now, and the effort is two folds. One, you will have to monetize the sales of biochar and the fertilizer, but then can you also use that additional data somehow to ensure the adoption is faster? So the question is how can the data that is coming out be monetized? I mean, monetized in a crude way, but how can it actually help incentivize adoption? Now I want to take it.
Yeah, I think in our case at least, little bit of monetization from increasing farmer adoption. I think one of the bottleneck that we are trying to solve is like today's biochar, whatever we are producing on the same farm and also give it free to the farmer today. So which means there are not too many challenges in terms of adoption.
Yeah.
So that's the first route that we have taken. Rather than hard route of again we sell, we prove the value, all of that. It is more like, okay, they will be able to use it. And today, in terms of they understanding the product, they understand because we are taking the same biomass, converting and giving it. And they also know what, if not this, what will happen, right? If not this, they have the ash in the open field burning. So which means they see कि मेरा biomass ही बन रहा है, or it's not an alien product that I am putting back to the soil. So they are like, at least behavioral, all of those challenges are addressed because it is being done in the same farm. And वो समझता भी है, मतलब they call in their different language, or कोसला, कोयला, whatever. And at least, and now they are mixing with the same FIM, उसके पास जो farmyard manure पड़ा होता है. So the adoption side, at least we have solved for in the model that we are building it. Will they be a payer for it? I think wo, at least with time we'll be able to figure out, right? And at least in today's scenario, we are lucky that we are not looking them as a payer and this is a mainstream product that we want to. Maybe over a period of time, we are looking at maybe B2B could be one of the player where we'll be able to add a little bit of products around soil health, because today soil health, even though we talk about it a lot, we talk about a lot of measurement there. But उसमें monetization कहीं होता, like there is today we have protein powder, protein bars, all of that, right? Yeah. There is nothing in a mainstream product line which could actually only talk about maybe put 1-2 kgs of this or in whatever POP. Yeah. You will be able to see some There are a lot of claims, but how do you have that mainstream product on soil health? Maybe we could think of something there, but not starting there because we don't have the strength in biocide or anything of it. Maybe we have to partner it with some people at some period of time. So that's where, and coming to the second part in terms of whatever data being generated in the process, can we monetize it? Yes. Today, that has to, and the route that we took is carbon markets.
Right.
Because we are able to tell that this is polluting. The process that we are following is not causing the same emissions that you're talking about. And we are able to prove that with a lot of data and lab testing.
Right.
And, but that comes with a lot of stringent DMRV. I think DMRV is more like in carbon language, it's monitoring, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so that's the route that we're taking.
Okay, awesome.
The kind of data that we are actually collecting now is so very crude right now. It's just how many bags of vermicompost or organic compost we have sold to the farmers, how many farmers we have sold to, and how much land they have. So this is the data we have been collecting, and till now, the only thing that we convince farmers is it will help improve the land. The problem that happens is, especially if we push organic farming too much, is that the yield actually falls if they do that transition. And it takes time for the land to come back to that level of yield. So this is something that is completely new and interesting for me, that how can it be monetized right now? Because our approach is very far off. It happens, it takes time, happens very slowly. But how can we convince farmers that you can monetize from the use of biochar or vermicompost now?
Correct.
And I would really like to learn about it from you. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Please excuse folks, I think we'll be closing this with a lot of open ends, but I think that's the point. With all of these open ends, we hope it will foster more collaboration, like just like 2-3 points are already emerging. Now for the last bit, Arogyam, Arkashine and Oscillo. Now this is more on a side where there are very clear assets on ground. There is a certain business model that is developed around these assets, but then we are trying to solve a problem where farmers may or may not be willing to buy it, right? So it might be a factor of a lot of things. Affordability of the solution, relatability to the value it brings in, and it can also purely be access in some cases, right? So the question is that it is kind of clear that it requires some amount of support, right? Standalone as a business model, just the company and the farmer as a customer might be very difficult for this to survive. So the question is, what do you think are the policy level interventions that can come in to either subsidize or discount the services? Right? Now it can be, you can look at it more from customers buying the product, using it, or also from a point of service delivery, right? If asset ownership at the farmer level is not what you are looking at. Both from these lens, what are the policy interventions that can help subsidize or discount the services? Soil testing companies maybe? Yeah.
Yeah. So I would like to give an example first. When we started working with Soil Sathi, then we went to Aclivia, which is a pesticide residue analyzer. So when we started working with Soil Sathi, we collaborated with NABARD. So NABARD helped us. Okay. And then we are based out of West Bengal. Yeah. West Bengal Panchayat Development Corporation, they also helped us. So their policy was to develop agri-entrepreneurs in each of the districts. When I'm talking about the Panchayat Development Corporation, they asked us to deploy our solution in each of the districts, train their farmers, soil, and both water in terms of fisheries. So we deployed there, the government helped us. And we trained almost more than 350 entrepreneurs, there, including women, and most of them, more than 60% were women. And we found that women were more willing to work. So, and they then got trained in their local languages, and then they started taking samples from the nearby farmers. They were started earning, per sample earning. This was one model, the government supported us. Then we went to NABARD. NABARD gave us 3 centers. And in one of the centers, actually they were very enthusiastic. It was also again in West Bengal. We could prove that when we go for fertilizer advisory based on testing, the input cost can go down while the yield can be better. So then they made a report out of this that the yield of the crop is better now. Of course, the soil quality is now better because they are using less amount of chemical fertilizers. So then now we are in a collaboration with NABARD to scale it up so that it can be deployed the same model in different units, not only in West Bengal, outside of West Bengal as well. Then in coming to the second solution, the pesticide residue analysis, what we did, we collaborated with MITI, Ministry of Information Technology, CDAC Kolkata. They helped us to build a device that will monitor the pesticide residue in different crops, specifically that are for export rejection problem is there, tea, coffee, spices, turmeric, ginger, etc. They were not having anything at their factory gate. When the crops are coming, then they are taking it and sending it to the production, not having any screening mechanism. So we brought the device there. They were just checking whether there is any pesticide contamination or not. T-Board, actually T-Board and Tea Research Association helped us there. So I think policy-wise, they should think about at the grassroots level and help us, give some platform so that we can deploy there, measure the impact, and then take that impact results to scale it up again.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll directly come to the point. So what farmers, whenever we go to some expo, they hear the price, they turn away. That's the reaction that we got. So what we have decided we are not going to sell, we are going to go testing as a service. And only soil is very difficult. It's a push market. Only soil I'm doing. So it's becoming very difficult because I'm not attached with any accessories. And outcome of product is dependent on something else which I'm not selling also. I'm telling them, okay, this much of fertilizer you optimize. But I'm not selling the fertilizer also.
Correct.
And I need to collaborate with fertilizer companies. That's a private sector again. So it's my headache. But from the policy point of view, what I can see is what government can do is they need not give, they're not giving for subsidies for soil machines because they're very expensive. Because something coming very low, even government is ready. Some 20-30K machine is there, we will sponsor 10K.
Right.
So what I suggest, maybe you can take my words at a higher level is, we don't want to come as a soil subsidy kind of a thing. Can you attach us for any seed company because seeds are provided free through KVKs? Can we come with them? Fertilizer is not given free. So farmers have got used to something which is free. So let us go with that only flow because change cannot happen suddenly. So we don't want to go alone. We don't want to go soil. We'll attach with somebody. That's what is our plan. You can help us out in doing that. So this is the policy making which I want to put forth at some platform, and we are very new into the ecosystem. So we have not partnered with any NABARD or very big organizations. So I would like to put forth this word of taking us with somebody who is already into subsidized products, like weeding machines are there. So why can't even soil testing come as a service and half government pay? Suppose I'm charging 500 rupees, example. It's not the price. Suppose it's 500 rupees. Let the government pay 200 rupees. Let farmer pay something. Or the person who is holding that machine in his stall, let him also bear some charge. That's what is my whole...
Yes, please.
As she was saying, whenever we go for deployment in different rural areas, we have seen that people are asking, is this ICR validated or not? Okay, so there is no particular rules of ICR. or any government, mandate about the agricultural products, as there is regarding the health products. There is particular mandate. So whenever we go for any healthcare commercialization, we know what we are expecting to do. But there is nothing as such in agricultural sector. So there should be one regulatory guideline, okay, that whenever someone is asking us, is this ICR validated? Can we use this? If we are testing through these machines, is it validated? So we need to go through some government agencies before we can deploy it in a large scale. So there should be something like that.
So on soil, I think what's specifically coming out is it's hard. It's coming out from the founders. Hard to become a standalone business. It requires collaboration at the ethos of the business model itself, not not something that you look at additionally, right? The fundamental thing is it has to be part of a larger scheme of things where you are trying to solve a larger goal and not just do soil tests. But I think that's a good input for the program also to see how we can help and support.
Yeah, I have something to add in this policy level intervention. So in Madhya Pradesh, there's a millet federation, and Gramya is a technical partner with the federation. So what happened last year, like we went into the APC level meetings, and the question was in MP, like there was a time when on the 40% area millet cultivation was happening, and currently only on the 11% area that cultivation is happening. So this 29% drop is there. So the question was in the room, why there is like people are shifting from the millet to rice cultivation or the maize cultivation, and how we can promote this. So the one thing came very clearly: if farmers are not getting financially benefiting out of it, they will not going to continue with the millet cultivation. And then MP government, what they did, they made a millet federation, and through the federation they were given incentive for kodo and little millet. So this year what they did, they fixed the price because there was no MSP for this millets. So this year what they did, they have made MSP for kodo millet 25 rupees and little millet kutki millet 45 rupees, and they procured on the same rate and given 10 rupees per kg bonus. And what happened, earlier the kodo price was 21-22 rupees and it went to 25-26 rupees. Farmers got additional 10 rupees. Same goes with the little millet. Every year, like from last 5 years, the price was 32, 34, 35 rupees. This year, raw material cost is around 48, 49 rupees. So the direct benefit goes to the farmers, and now we are seeing like farmers are asking for good quality seed. Now they want to increase, okay, हमें 45 रुपए पर केजी का मिल रहा है, यानी ये राइस से बढ़िया प्राइस है, मक्की से बढ़िया प्राइस मिल रहा है, तो चलो अभी मिलेट लगाते. सो आई फील कि वो इंसेंटिवाइजेशन पॉलिसी लेवल पे होना चाहिए, एंड समवेयर वी नीड टू ऑल्सो पुश such kind of things where like if they are not getting the financial benefit, so on the policy level such kind of intervention should be there, so that mass adoption will be there at farmer level.
Especially one more thing to add. For soil, no, there is no demand. Like fertilizer, even if you don't advertise, people will buy. I'm little arrogant and like not offending anybody. I'm like not offending any product. See, fertilizer, you don't need to market. Something is that they will buy because it's like daily. They have to buy. And one more thing, it's very season. For us, like season lost, we are gone. 6 months we have to sit idle. So for soil test, no, there's no demand. So the farmer is not aware कि मुझे soil test करना है. He knows as soon as the rain, monsoon happens, he need to sow the seeds, he need to buy the seeds. But he is not in his habit creation has not happened where test is becoming a part of it. Thank you, thank you.
Last response from Prajwal, and I think we'll be closing.
Regarding the policy one, so there is a we don't have any standards set like for the testing certification for the any electrical based machinery which is less than 1 kilowatt. So we, if that helpful will be policy, so that we can enter the certification process at the beginning. So it's an entry barrier for us, like less than 1 kilowatt. If we are developing any machineries which is for the small and marginal farmers under the 1 acre, this power is an entry barrier, which I think certification process. so that we can enter the subsidy programs as well.
You are
And
talking about empanelments into government schemes.
S&M, any programs we can get. If we get a certification, then we can try with the other states.
Got
in
it.
Karnataka, maybe the process of payments may be difficult, but
Right.
in Maharashtra, where upfront will be paid by the customer and later payment subsidy amount credited to the farmer by the government. So it's becoming easy for the manufacturers.
Yeah.
But in other, we can tap the other markets as well if we get a certification.
Yeah.
But the entry barrier is getting individual certification for the battery and the motor and the machinery as well.
Yeah.
And there is no set standards as well currently. So it's become an entry barrier
Right.
for us to scale it up basically. And there is a banks also don't think the small machineries as an asset. So we are trying to create basically giving a machinery as a EMI, as also tracing how many if the farmer sell his farms to other person, whether he that person paid for that machine as well.
Got it.
So that case study, we are 2 to 3 machines. We found that the farmer paid up to 80% of the cost of the machine to the previous owner.
Right.
So that recording of those will create a case study we can
Correct.
present to the banks. So that it can create an impression of an asset rather than a liability to the bank, so that we can understand them to provide end user credits to them.
Perfect.
So this kind of an requirement is there in the terms of policy.
Right.
Consider DRE solution as an actual solution, not a supporting solution or just a solution to provide to attain a sustainable goals. It's not like that.
Yeah.
It's an actual working solution,
Yeah.
can create an asset both for the company as well as the end users.
Okay, thank you. I think these were really good points. While these were being spelled out, I'm sure we have secretly made a note of all of these things, which we will use through the program. Yeah, thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you everyone for such an engaging group discussion. Now before we break for lunch, we would invite everyone for a group photograph.
Loves food, and we are producing, for example, 354 million tons of food grains and about 334 million tons of fruits. India loves food, and we are one of the world's largest producers of food, producing, for example, 354 million tons of food grains, fruits and vegetables every year. That's a lot. And yet, 78.2 million tons of the food is just plain wasted by households alone. Some wasted on our plates, most never even reaching one. पर क्यों? थोड़ा ignorance, थोड़ा lack of awareness और थोड़ा lack of planning की वजह से। अब आपकी और ऐसी कई wasted रोटियों का बन गया पहाड़। But she's not alone. फ्रिज में रखी मदर डो, गलती से बाहर रह गया दूध, घोस्टेड वेजीज या रात का बचा हुआ राइस, सबका दी एंड यहीं लैंडफिल पर ही तो होता है। ट्रैजिक। जब फूड वेस्ट होता है तो साथ में वेस्ट होते हैं वो सारे रिसोर्सेस यूज्ड टू प्रोड्यूस एंड ट्रांसपोर्ट दिस फूड टू अस, लाइक सॉइल न्यूट्रिएंट्स, फ्यूल, वाटर और इन सब लोगों की मेहनत। That's money, meals and meaning gone. और जब डेली इतना फूड वेस्ट होता है तो प्रेशर हमारे नेचुरल इकोसिस्टम पे भी होता है, क्योंकि बढ़ती पॉपुलेशन के लिए ज्यादा खाना उगाने का टारगेट और फिर उसे हम तक पहुंचाने की मेहनत दोनों करनी पड़ती है। रिजल्ट, सॉइल हेल्थ डिप्लीशन एंड डिक्रीजिंग वाटर लेवल्स। और अच्छे खासे खाने को वेस्ट करने का मतलब लॉस ऑफ अफोर्डेबल एंड न्यूट्रिशियस फूड फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस, व्हिच मींस फूड वेस्ट हमारे इनकम और हेल्थ के साथ साथ हमारे एनवायरनमेंट पर भी असर करता है। एक्सपर्ट्स कहते हैं बात जब फूड वेस्ट से इफेक्टिवली डील करने की हो तो ये सिंपल फूड रिकवरी हायरार्की याद रखो। शुरुआत से ही खाना ज्यादा ना बनाएं, डोनेट टू नीडी पीपल, feed animals, generating energy from the waste, composting, and finally dumping in the bin. In short, source reduction पे extra focus और bin से extra distance. But can you really reduce food waste? Yes, and here's what you can do. Start with your own plate. जैसे मम्मी पापा कहते हैं, जितना खा सको उतना ही प्लेट में लो। भूख ज्यादा हो तो पहली में एवरेस्ट मत बनाओ, दूसरी हेल्पिंग ले लो। बचा हुआ खाना फ्रिज में रखो या नेक्स्ट डे का मील बना लो। फिर भी खाना बचे तो नई रेसिपी ढूंढ लो और जब एक्स्ट्रा बन जाए तो किसी नीडी तक पहुंचा दो। सो रिमेंबर, योर प्लेट होल्ड्स द पावर टू बिल्ड अ बेटर फूड फ्यूचर फॉर इंडिया। Will you be our food waste champion, our change maker?
Recording in progress.
Welcome back, everyone. Our next address will be given virtually by Chester Jain, who currently serves as the Assistant Manager at Invest India, working with the Startup India to deliver high-impact initiatives that strengthen India's entrepreneurial ecosystem. Chester is a project management and policy research professional with over 5 years of experience across startup, economic development, and financial sectors. She has led key programs such as Super 3, Startup India's first podcast series, Startup Angel, and Innovation Week 2024. She has worked closely with government bodies, private organizations, and NGOs to promote women-led startups and sustainable development, and has represented the Indian startup ecosystem at COP28. Chester, we are delighted to have you join virtually today. Over to you.
Hi, thank you so much, Prem, for your warm welcome. Hello and very good afternoon, everybody. Very glad to be a part of this initiative and many congratulations to WRI for the event. Now, to quickly begin with my presentation, please allow me to share my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much for confirming. Hi everybody. So as you would know that, okay. Yes, as you would know everyone, the name startup is not new to anyone. It's just like a very household name. It's a very, very common name. And basically every person in today's time is looking forward to, having their own startup and setting up their own ventures. But now let's first go back to the journey. How did this word startup become so common in India as well? So it happened on 16th January 2016 when the Honorable Prime Minister of the country launched the Startup India initiative with the vision that we no longer would be a job seeking economy. Rather, we need to transform ourselves as a job creating economy. Right? So with this vision, Startup India came actually into pictures, and initially it was set up with 19 action pillars spread across 3 major areas. First was funding support and incentives, second was simplification and handholding, and third was industry academic partnership and incubation. Now cut to 10 years later, as in we are in 2026 today, Startup India very proudly has celebrated 10 years of Startup India's inception on 16 January 2026 this time, which also had the Honorable Prime Minister give a speech at our event, of course. And to share some facts or data just some data with you, we are in a short span of 10 years, we have already become the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. Within Startup India DPIT, we have more than 2 lakh startups recognized or registered with us. out of which 52% of these startups come from tier 2 and tier 3 cities of the country, and in total all these 2 lakh plus startups are creating 11 jobs per startup on an average, and these startups are actually spread across 56 different industries and more than 100 sectors. Now, what is actually a startup? How do we define a startup? I'm also very happy today to share with you that we've recently updated our definition. The government definition that we've been using ever since is now slightly modified, also welcoming more people from across industry to actually register and get themselves recognized as a startup. So I'll walk you through that new process also. So as of February 2026, we are now defining a startup or an entity basically, which is either a private limited company, a limited liability partnership, or a registered partnership. Now, the addition that we have made from the previous definition to the new edition is that now any entity which is a cooperative or multi-state cooperative society is also eligible to apply for Startup India recognition certificate. Now the startup needs to be 10 years from the date of its, within 10 years from the date of its incorporation. Earlier, our framework was that the startup must not exceed 100 crores in revenue in any fiscal year. Now we have changed that and we have expanded the scope that now a startup which has not exceeded 200 crores in any fiscal year is eligible to apply. Then at the same time, the startup should be focused either on innovation, scalability, job creation, or wealth creation. Then a new category that we have added to the Startup India definition is also just to let everybody know that this is still not operational. We will be very soon releasing a gazette when this when the data mentioned on this slide becomes operational. For now, I'll just walk you through this insight that under Startup India recognition, we have created a category for actually naming or categorizing startups under the deep tech sector. So startups who are working in high R&D intensity, longer development, because are in basically deep tech AI, they get a chance to get recognized with Startup India. For them, we have expanded the scope of the revenue generation from 200 to 300 crores in any fiscal year, and their recognition period. So our Startup India certificate was usually valid for 10 years, but for deep tech startups, it will be valid till for 20 years. So this is still not operational, but very soon this will also be operational. These are some examples of great Indian startups who have become like big problem solvers across different sectors and industries. Now I come to the funding schemes that are extended to startups by Startup India DPIIT. First is the Fund of Funds for Startups. Now the Fund of Funds for Startup has a corpus of 10,000 crore and it is operationalized by SID. So basically, DPIIT plays the role of the monitoring agency, and the operationalization of this fund of fund schemes is done by SIDBI. FFS basically is a scheme for medium as in stage startups who are above the ideation and validation stage. They have their prototype ready and are further looking to expand their businesses, making it market ready or are already in the market. It's generally a scheme for that category of startups. And how it happens is DPIIT gives the money under the corpus, obviously that they have got, to SEBI registered AIFs. AIFs are alternative investment funds, who in turn also commit to invest 2x of that amount in startups. So currently we as Startup India DPIIT has already committed 10,000 crores to 160 plus SEBI onboarded AIFs, who have in turn actually till now invested more than 25,000 crores of this investment money in more than 1,300 startups. So I'm also very happy to share with you all that the Fund of Fund scheme's second version, FFS2, has already gotten approval by the cabinet, and an additional 10,000 crore corpus has been granted under the scheme, particularly to focus upon deep tech manufacturing startups, early stage enterprises, and other and startups basically in tier 2, tier 3 cities. So this is actually the kind of impact that FFS1 had created, basis which additional 10,000 crores have been approved by the cabinet already. The second scheme that comes is CGSS. CGSS stands for Credit Guarantee Scheme for Startups. So this is in very layman terms, if I tell you that, earlier startups used to face a lot of problems in getting loans from banks, because banks on their end used to face certain uncertainty that what if their loan, the startup fails and they're not able to recover the loan amount that they have given to the startup. So they were hesitant due to their NPA increasing, where and then itself the government came in between and said, okay, no worries, if by chance the startup defaults in paying the loan, we will come and cap you for a certain amount. So that was CGSS basically. So of course banks and NBFCs, these people also got some kind of a backing, due to which now they give collateral free loans to startups. So of course we have 36 member institutions as in the lending bodies, already onboarded with us, who have actually extended more than 900 crores of loans to 348 startups as of now. Then comes the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. Now every investor or everyone generally wants to invest into startups who have kind of gained certain kind of market access or something. So everybody wants to support an already established business, but nobody generally wants to kind of put their attention or risk their money into very early stage startups, very early stage founders. So there again government played a picture, government again came into play, and they said, okay, they approved a corpus of 945 crore, specially focusing on early stage startups, wherein the startup would be eligible to get a grant of up to 20 lakh or convertible debt up to 50 lakhs under this through incubators. Now these incubators are already onboarded by Startup India on our seed fund scheme portal, and of course the corpus is 945 crores. So we have already onboarded these incubators across the country. So in every state and UT we have certain incubators. While applying, the startups should be less than 2 years from the date of its incorporation and DPIT recognized at the same time. So when they DPIT recognized in less than 2 years of their incorporation, they simply have to go to the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme page on Startup India website, apply. There they'll get an option to pick 3 incubators of their choice. They pick the 3 incubators from the list and their application gets submitted. After which that application goes to the 3 incubators they have selected, and then they have the right to select or choose or decide basis their management committee's decision also that which startup should they give this grant amount to. So as a result of which more than 3,300 startups have already been supported by Startup India and approved by this scheme actually, and 592 crore rupees have already been disbursed. Now I also would like to walk you through the Section 80 IAC tax exemption that Startup India offers. Now under this, a startup is eligible to avail 100% of tax deduction on their income for 3 consecutive years. Now startups who actually have a valid certificate of eligibility granted by IMB can also apply for deferment of taxes that are levied on ESOPs. So this is one thing. Secondly, earlier there was a time boundation on startups which was up to 10 years from the date of its incorporation. So basically a startup which was less than 10 years from the date of incorporation was available to apply for the Section 80 ISC tax exemption. But now we have revised this. Any startup who has been incorporated before 1st April 2030 can now apply for this tax exemption scheme. Up until now, 4,237 of DPIT recognized startups have already availed this tax exemption under Section 80 IAC. Now, global expansion of startups. My next slide actually shows you that Startup India DPIT has 21 bridges and 2 strategic alliances with these countries. 21 bridges as in 21, we have collaborated with 21 countries as of now for providing support to DPIT recognized startups. Now, what kind of support we provide is access to global markets. So there are multiple global events that keep on happening. Startup India DPIT partners with a lot for a lot of these global events and take delegation of DPIT recognized startups, help them provide booths, pro bono booths actually at these events, provide them pitching opportunities to real-time global investors and so on. I'll give you an example. For example, Slush. Slush is an annual event held in Helsinki, Finland every year, and Startup India has been partnering with Slush since 2017. And every year we ensure that we take a delegation of 20 to 30 startups over there, provide pro bono booths or showcase opportunities to the startups we take, wherein startups actually get opportunities to show their products. A lot of startups in the past who have been a part of Slush and actually were a part of this delegation actually got a lot of business orders. Some got first level confirmation for funding or investment from investors. So these are the kind of opportunities that we also extend to startups. Now, next thing I would also like to walk you through what all we are doing domestically also. So Startup India has signed MOUs with more than 100 entities in the country, and basis which we are actively collaborating with each one of them to launch certain programs for the benefit of startups. One such was BSGC, which was the Bharat Startup Grand Challenge. Under this initiative, we have actually released 75 grand challenges in the previous year, which was 2025. A lot of these challenges are still open, so we have unique problem statements or inviting solutions from startups, who then get an opportunity to win the challenge and then get all the incentives and connects from each entity or corporate partner that whom we have partnered with. So if you are keen on partnering for any grand challenge basis their eligibility criteria, do visit the Bharat Startup Grand Challenge webpage on Startup India website, and it will offer you ample opportunities of connecting and building connects, getting business orders, paid pilot opportunities, and so on, via this initiative. So that was all from my side. Thank you so much for listening to me very, very patiently, and I am open to any questions that you would have for me now. Please.
Thank you so much, Cheshta. We open the floor for questions.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm Mahesh Londe. I'm a founder of Millets Now. हम लोगों का 4 साल पूरा हुआ है अभी, और हम लोगों ने अभी तक मतलब लास्ट ईयर वी हैव प्रॉफिट मेकिंग. तो ये जो आपने बोला टैक्स एग्जम्पशन का सर्टिफिकेट, तो हु विल अप्लाई, CA या CS, बिकॉज दे बोथ आर द अवेयर नहीं है. हम लोगों ने जब उनसे बात किया था तो वो बोल रही कि इसके बारे में हमें पता नहीं है. तो हु विल अप्लाई फॉर दिस सर्टिफिकेट, और हम लोग कैसे बेनिफिट ले सकते हैं फॉर द, नाउ वी आर इन द फोर्थ ईयर. तो लास्ट ईयर आपका जो क्राइटेरिया था कि 5 साल तक ही हम लोग उसको स्टार्टअप कह सकते हैं. नाउ यू आर अप टू 10 ईयर्स. तो हम लोग टैक्स एग्जम्पशन कब तक ले सकते हैं? फ्रॉम द कंटिन्यूसली 3 ईयर्स लेना है या इन विद इन 10 ईयर्स अलग अलग ईयर्स लेना है? तो थोड़ा कैन यू दैट clear that things कि tax का वो benefit कैसे ले सकते? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much for the question. Please tell me if your startup is DPIT recognized or not.
Yes, we are recognized DPIT. We are recognized.
You're DPIT recognized. Great. Okay. So also criteria पहले 5 साल नहीं था, पहले 10 साल था. अब जो भी startups 2030 तक अपने आप को register करते हैं वो भी applicable हो जाते हैं. अभी ये क्राइटेरिया हो गया है. सो अप टू 10 ईयर्स है ये क्राइटेरिया, और ये डिसीजन आपका ही है सर कि आप तीनों 1 by 1 आफ्टर द अदर लेना चाहते हैं या 1 by 1 लेना चाहते हैं टैक्स एग्जेम्पशन. दैट इज अपॉन यू ओनली. तो आपको 4 साल हो गए हैं सर. CACS का is something that you can decide who can fill up. There's a form available, a tax exemption form available on Startup India website only. It's a free of cost form. आपसे कोई charges नहीं मांगता because we are a government body. You may also simply go to that form and apply online, enter all the details that you have, or enter all the details that the document or the form is asking you for. Relevant documents आप upload कर दीजिए, वो चला जाएगा, वो सबमिट हो जाएगा, फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट है. कोई CACS को मैंडेटरीली नहीं है कि अगर कोई आपसे एक्चुअली भी ऐसा कह रहा है कि आप उनको पे करके ये अप्लाई करवाइए, तो ये फॉल्स इन्फॉर्मेशन है. द फॉर्म इज फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट एंड अवेलेबल ऑन आवर वेबसाइट. You just have to mention all relevant details and apply for the form. Thank you so much.
Are there any more questions? Yeah, please.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Abhishek from WRI Innovations. I want to. Hello, ma'am. So I want to ask this question. Like you told, like fund of funds, they disperse 25,000 crores, right, to like 1,200 startups. So what is the average ticket size and what?
They have already disbursed.
Yes, yes. So what is the average ticket size and like how big they see as an entity? Because it looks like 20-25 CR on an average per startup. So like my question is like
that depends on the AIF. I understand. I got your question. So that actually depends on the AIF who are disbursing the money. As part of Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, we give the amount to SEBI registered AIFs, and they have committed कि हम जितना per startup एक को देंगे, which is up to 50 lakhs to any selected startup that Startup India DPIIT gives. In addition, AIFs have committed कि वो 2x तो अपना भी invest करेंगे. Now it is up to them कि वो ज़्यादा भी करना चाहते हैं in exchange of any debt or something like that they would want to have. But up to 50 lakhs is the capping from DPIIT side per startup.
okay, but the amount was 25,000 CR and startups were 1,200, so it should be 20 CR, na?
13. Yeah. So AIFs definitely invest more. So AIFs ने 2x तो commit किया है, and then a lot of AIFs also come up for one particular investment also. So then AIF is one group. A lot of AIFs that we have onboarded, there are 160 AIFs who are SEBI registered. A lot of them come for one startups pitching and then they invest accordingly.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Right. Thank you so much, Cheshta, for your time.
Thank you so much, Prem, for having me. It was really great interacting with everybody. I hope my presentation was useful or helpful to all of you, and wishing everybody all the very best. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
We will now move to our panel discussion. As we begin this panel, we anchor the conversation around a central question. What does it take to move from an early traction to truly investment-ready, scalable restoration enterprise? Many enterprises reach proof of concept. They show impact on ground, early initial revenues, and test their models in specific geographies. However, moving from early traction to scale requires more than just a good idea. It requires clear impact, strong financial management, market alignment, and even institutional strength. The discussion focuses on 4 key dimensions. First, restoration impact, delivering measurable environmental and livelihood outcomes. Second, financial credibility with solid revenue models, cost structures, and governance systems that build investor confidence. Third, market demand, ensuring products and services meet real customer needs and value chain claims. And fourth, institutional readiness, with the leadership, systems, partnerships, and compliance needed to effectively use and manage capital. This panel also connects directly to the goals of the Land Accelerator India. The program focuses on strengthening restoration business models, building scalable and restoration positive value chains, and unlocking pathways to catalytic and commercial capital. The aim is to support enterprises that can combine environmental impact with strong and sustainable growth. To guide the session, we will use 4 lenses. First, financial credibility with strong business fundamentals. Second, ecosystem and institutional barriers and enablers. Third, market demand and value chain opportunities. And fourth, impact measurement as a way to attract capital, build trust, and enable long-term growth. Through them, we will explore what truly makes a restoration enterprise investable and scalable in today's ecosystem. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce the panelists and moderator for this session. They bring diverse perspectives from investment, enterprise development, and ecosystem building. First, we have Sridhar Ishwaran, Director, Samruddhi Foundation, who will be joining us virtually. Mr. Ishwaran is Director at Samruddhi Foundation for Strategic Partnerships, Institution, and Capacity Building. Samruddhi Foundation is focused on strengthening sustainable livelihoods and institutional capacity in India's agricultural ecosystem. He brings leadership to the Foundation's governance and strategic direction, contributing to the efforts that support smallholder farmers, youth empowerment, and equitable growth in rural communities. Next, we have Radhika Ramesh, Chief Operating Operations, Villgro Innovations Foundation. She brings over 25 years of experience in social enterprise operations and strategic leadership, leading and managing teams, as well as designing and implementing processes and programs. In her role at Villgro, Radhika oversees operational functions and contributes to the incubator's mission of supporting early-stage impact-driven ventures. Our third panelist, Rini Datta, Lead Ecosystem Development Impact Management Program Partnerships, Villgro Innovations Foundations. She is a graduate of IIM Kolkata with over 2 decades of extensive experience in marketing and business development in the companies like Unilever, Titan, MetLife, and Arvind Brands. She heads program partnership, impact measurement, and ecosystem development at Villgro, and has been a co-founder and principal at Centric Brands Advisors since 2012. Our fourth panelist, Dr. Ruchika Singh, is the Executive Director, Food, Land and Water, WRI India. She has more than 2 decades of experience working on environmental and developmental issues, providing leadership and building programs. At WRI India, she provides the overall strategic direction on how to inform India's transition towards sustainable food and land use system with a focus on strengthening the food systems. And now, for our moderator, I invite Divya Sharma. Divya Sharma is the Program Lead Restoration Finance at WRI India with the Food, Land and Water Program. She leads the Land Accelerator and Restoration for Harit Bharat initiatives. Through these initiatives, she catalyzes the social, economic, and environmental impact of organizations such as startups, MSMEs, FPCs, and NGOs across the non-profit, for-profit continuum, and actively contributes to protecting the open natural ecosystem and harnessing India's restoration potential through an interdisciplinary system change lens. Let's all welcome all our panelists and moderators. Divya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Arsh. And once again, welcome to all our panelists, and we are very excited to have you, and I hope we still have the energy in the room after that big fat lunch. Okay, so before we start, just a quick mention, one of our important team members, she is not here because she was unwell, but and hopefully there'll be opportunity for her to meet with you and engage with you later. This is Jaskiran Warwick, who's the program head of restoration, food, land and water, WRI India. So very important part of the team, but she sends her wishes to the cohort and to everyone else in this room. And also before we begin, maybe a quick tech check with Mr. Sridhar. Sir, can you hear us?
Yeah. Thanks, Divya. Hope I am audible to all of you.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay.
Although we can't see you, sir, if you're comfortable, you could switch on your camera. Otherwise,
little bandwidth issue. That's the reason I'm just looking for.
No worries. Thank you. Okay, so this discussion is structured in 2 rounds. The first round, we'll discuss what differentiates restoration enterprises that attract capital, right from the early traction stage to those that remain grant dependent. So we all know that many of the enterprises, they start with grants, right? But what happens after that? What is the journey after that? How do you go from, how do you start achieving traction? How does the capital that enables enterprises, how does that change? How do they then become investable? So that's the focus of the first round. The second round would focus then on how do you get to scale after becoming investable, right? So what are the enablers? What are the barriers? Where the issues are? where the opportunities are. So we would like to end on that note where we not just discuss problems, but also what are the solutions or opportunities that are emerging. And we'll also try to have an interaction after this if time permits. Okay, so let's start with the round of questions here. My first question is for Mr. Sridhar. Sir, from your experience working with pharma institutions and agri-enterprises, what have you seen? What makes an enterprise financially credible and bankable? And also, where do enterprises most commonly fall short when approaching capital providers? If you could throw some light on this.
Thanks, Divya, and very good afternoon to all of you. And thanks to WRI for this opportunity. So when you mentioned about farmer enterprise and agri enterprise, definitely when we are talking of farmer enterprise, the FPOs and the collectives, we have to keep one thing in mind: they are farmers, right? Definitely, there will be challenges, but at the same time, if the entire ecosystem enables them and empower them, then it becomes easy for us to connect and get the things on the ground. So engaging with farmer producer organization is always a challenge. Bankers like us, but however, when we look at the overall perspective in terms of their supply chain, their member base, we also look at in terms of the commodities and the crop cycle. Then we look at in terms of what is the exposure, how we can work with this FPO, looking at their overall turnover. We also look at in terms of how deepen their member engagement is, right? And also the market linkage connect, where they are able to support their member farmers on the post-harvest and get them. So these are some of the parameters. At the same time, governance, compliance, everything is taken care of, the leadership. That is part and parcel of the underwriting norms that we have. But I will touch upon the second, where you mentioned about agri-enterprise. That's very important, and you also spoke about the maturity level. So when we are actually engaging with a startup, and definitely when you are looking at a startup which is nascent, we as bankers, we look at in terms of the founder's profile, where, do they have the relevant experience, number one. At the same time, we also look at their product and services, whether it is aligned with whatever the business model that they are talking about, and whether there is a go-to-market. That's what is important over there. So here, very important from a scalability point of view is, it is not the product and solutions, as you rightly mentioned about, how they started. Might be in the initial days, along with their little bit of funding. It's always better if they are connected with some of the grant enabling which is available, be in the form of a large institutional CSR or through a lateral agencies like a World Bank or an ADB, that really helps them because end of the day, in the initial days, there are two things that is important. One, you need the grant. At the same time, you also need a resource on the ground. That is where the farmer producer organizations and the collectives come in place. So a startup initially should be very strong in their product and services, and for the pilot and the rollout, they should very clearly see that they are aligned with the farmer collective. That is very, very important. So a startup should always look at in terms of end-to-end, right from beginning of putting their product and services on the ground, looking at what the impact has been created, whether the services and the product is well accepted at the beneficiary level, and also from a market perspective, whether they are able to sell it and generate that cash flow. This is very, very important. And most important, which is again looking at, is the crop cycle, because we as bankers, we don't look at only one crop cycle. The cash flow is important, whether they are able to repay the loan, because the earlier speaker also mentioned about the bankers always look at the cash flow and the repayment, right? So when we evaluate, when you do the underwriting for the startups and some of the agri enterprises, we always look at the cash flow, how the cash flow will be, and accordingly we structure it. And that's where, if the agri enterprise is also understanding the financial governance, they are also able to talk about, okay, what component of the grant will be going in for rolling out of the pilot programs and how they are going to scale it up. At the same time, if they are able to successfully look at this entire thing, what is the market reach that they are talking about? Do they have the institutional buyers who are going to support them in this particular initiative? And that's what we will look at it, so that we don't see any challenges when it comes to the repayment from the agri enterprise. So that's where, from a pilot, how they slowly, gradually move into the next level, that's important. At the same time, couple of challenges which we as bankers look at is when they actually go and look at the market, when they look at the farmers' potential, the reach, immediately they think they can do 1, 2, 3, which is not the case. It's a difficult thing, right? For example, the moment if there is a tech provider who goes and talks about these solutions, when they go and look at, I also have a commodity and also get into that sort of a business, which I will definitely encourage the startup should not look at all this. They should only focus for the first 3 to 4 years on their products and services so that they are able to scale, they are able to generate that cash flow, they are able to look at the market, and they are able to get good business so that end to end, bankers like us, the NBFCs are able to see their potential and accordingly take a decision. Take a pause.
Thank you, sir. That's very interesting. So, yes, I mean, some of the most important characteristics are most foundational, right, which are the most core to the business. So, I think the point is also how do you focus more on building the core, developing the strength of the core itself, right, your operations, the cash flow, the profits, because that's the reason for existence and that's the most important part. But let me also extend this question a bit, and this is a question to Radhika. Radhika, which other business model characteristics, so Mr. Sridhar already touched upon some of these, but are there any other business model characteristics you could think of that you think make restoration ventures more commercially viable? Right? So for example, it could be unit economics or value chain strength or anything else further to what Mr. Sridhar also sort of started referring
I kind of
to.
made some notes while the various presentations were going on. So certainly unit economics, when you have sound unit economics, even if margins are slim or modest, but as long as they cover costs and they're contributing to the costs, whether it's millet-based products, vermicompost, tests, and so on, that's a very strong characteristic, that's a fundamental, right? The second point that I'd like to talk about is demand assurance or repeat buyers. When you have visibility of take, it reduces investor risk perception. So that's very key, critical parameter that needs to be addressed. To me, the third would be, and one of the most critical parameters is to embed the impact into the value proposition, because then it's not about profit versus impact. It becomes part and parcel of what you do, and you achieve the profitability through creating that impact. It becomes a sustainable, scalable business model after that. Fourth, I would say strong value chain aggregation. A lot of what we're doing here is dependent on having community partnerships, FPOs, a solid aggregation network. And that again leads to success or is fundamental to the success. The critical part of this is that, as most of them mentioned here, it's not about just an innovation or a new value proposition that you're taking to farmers. There is an element of training, there is an element of hand-holding, there is an element of the producer realizing the value of, let's say in the case of NTFCs, the creation of value based on sticking to certain quality standards gets you a higher unit price, right? So that creation of that ecosystem is very, very critical, and that will come only if there is that investment in creating, nurturing the required ecosystems, right? And last and not the least is the operational discipline, which leads to profitability, which then will lead to commercial financing solutions, and one can move away from grants and catalytic risk absorbing solutions.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, we couldn't agree more.
I'd like to add one more part,
yes,
which is measurable.
Yeah.
I was very impressed with the work that's being done on soil testing. It lends credibility, it lends knowledge and information to remove out risk again, but bringing in dependability, credibility, and forecasting. That's something I think all enterprises need to work very strongly on building measures of units that are dependable and that actually have both profitability as well as impact. So building around that.
Sure, absolutely. And in fact, I mean, just to sort of add to this, there was also this discussion on how, while this is so important and we recognize this, but also there's this challenge of how do you create that demand, build that demand. So connecting these dots, you understand that it's important. A lot of us understand this, but how do we do more of this, use this for demand building, which ultimately then leads to more sort of better value creation in the market and building the value chain as well, especially with farmers, right, if that's your main customer. So that's wonderful. Moving forward, my next question is to Rini. Rini, could you share an example of a business model or a value chain that you've come across that is both profitable and delivers measurable impact, right? It could be ecological impact or any other kind of impact. And what is it that makes such a profit with impact kind of model commercially viable as well?
Okay, so I can give some examples, 2 examples from the people in the room today. I'll use the example of Krishi Carbon first. Krishi Carbon is doing 3 things which make it the restoration is embedded in his value proposition. And how? Because you're using agriculture residue to make biochar, which if the farmer uses, the farmer's income will go up, yield will go up, there'll be reduction in water, there'll be improvement in soil, there'll be reduction in inputs. And so there is a transformation happening with the product, the farmer is using it. And the third part is that it's measurable. So all these 3 means that every time you sell, the earth benefits. So this business has restoration in its value proposition. And I would say for him to become investable, it's the 3rd pillar really. He spoke about it already, which is one is his revenue, the revenue pathways. So one revenue pathway is carbon credits, but the other more difficult one is how are you going to sell the biochar. So if he can crack that, he'll become investable because he will have a revenue model. So I think what I'm trying to say is the business should be inherently have some profitability angle. So there are 2 aspects really to it. One is that restoration should be part of the business. It should not be an add-on. And second is that you should have a business model to make money. And we can use the other example of the millet value chain, very different. One is B2B and one is B2C, but you're building value chain and you're embedded in an existing value chain. You can embed yourself in an existing value chain only if you improve the value chain. So that means you are already economically viable. Now you have to figure out how to make money. So I think to sum up, you should be doing restoration inherently. And second is you should have a pathway to become financially viable. Then you'll automatically become a very prized investment.
Thank you. Thank you, Rini. Next question is to Dr. Rojika Singh. Rojika, what are the top few ecosystem barriers which early restoration enterprises usually face in your experience, and what are some of the practical strategies that you've seen that have worked to overcome these barriers?
Thanks, Divya. I'll just build on what's sort of discussed, but also coming from a more, we're a research institute, so that perspective, right? So zooming out a little. When we sort of think about what the sort of barriers are, there are 2 things that, really come up. One is around barriers around capital, the second is around capacity. And this is also sort of known globally, right? I mean, when we started doing a lot of this work globally and in India, one of the things that sort of came out is, if we look at the journey of how a restoration economy would be built, a lot of enterprises that are working on the land sector in general are in early or nascent stage. They've not reached that stage where they can be, the growth sort of accelerates, etc. And if the equivalent example would be, if we look at where the energy sector enterprises are, they are much ahead. So there's a lot, and investments there are flowing, different sources of capital are flowing, which is not happening in the land sector yet. There's a missing middle. How does one sort of get to that missing middle? Because there's a lot of finance available for microfinance, microcredit and all we see higher at the enterprise level, but not for this missing middle. And I think that's where we've sort of, looking at as one big ecosystem barrier. And the type of finance that's needed would also vary. In the initial stages, philanthropic capital actually has played an important role. Sometimes to support, grant finance helps in that innovation that can be done, helps in really testing out some of those. But there is also need for more de-risking of these investments. Again, is a need, how to do that. We're seeing a lot in India now, CSR, ESG capital is sort of stepping in. They can help in supporting some of those investments. How do we think about different kind of blended finance instruments is, another sort of issue that's we're seeing that has to be done. Public funding is important, but sometimes from our experience, what we've seen is, depending on what kind of public finance, sometimes it might be harder to access, like if you're wanting debt, for instance, collateral-free loans may not be available, financial institutions, banks may not be able to do it. So what would be the other sort of, structures that can come in which can provide that patient capital is sort of critical. So those are, on the capital side, that's one big ecosystem barrier we've seen. On the capacity side, from our own experience of running the Land Accelerator South Asia, also in the 145 plus businesses, there are a few things that really sort of came up, right? I mean, and I think other panelists have already kind of pointed it out. A minimal viable product is definitely the most important one. Is there a sharpened business model? And most importantly, and this we actually remember as an ask that, and I heard today in the room as well, how do you measure? That's really very, very critical. So, I mean, from a practical solution perspective, one sort of learning that we've had is more focus, greater focus on sharpening those business models. How are we talking about it? Is it, the profitability will only come when we know that, the innovation is actually has a go-to-market strategy and that minimal viable product is built. And the measurement piece, absolutely agree. I think we need more. I remember from our earlier Land Accelerator South Asia cohorts, one of the asks that kept coming was, how do we monitor? How do we sort of do it? And there's a lot of co-learning that can happen. It's already good to see. And examples like yours in terms of, the soil health, how are we thinking about traceability? And the last point that I would make is, there are always struggles that we've seen that happen. The learning journey is also about sort of understanding if there are failures, learning from those failures, and then sort of moving on. So fail fast rather than sort of, there are some things that won't work. It's unfortunate, but how do we sort of look at it? So yeah, capital capacity and the learning journey is part of that capacity. I feel very important to think about as well, yeah.
Thank you, Roshika. Yeah, these are all very interesting points, and I think this also links to a lot of the other conversations we were having earlier, and also some of the objectives that we have in mind for the initiative. And we hope that through the journey of this initiative for the next few months that you are with us, we will be able to also tackle some of these areas, right? For example, there's revenue clarity. So inherently your business model, how strong it is, right? How profitable it is, what are the upcoming opportunities, what is the value chain opportunities, what are the other ecosystem opportunities. And we hope to be able to unearth those with you and see what is best suited for your business, what is the right path for your business. So that's a great start, and I hope there are some useful insights for all of us in the room here. Moving on to the next round, like I said, this is more forward-looking. What are the enablers in terms of markets, in terms of capital, in terms of measurement? What can really unlock scale for restoration-focused enterprises? So you are at an early stage of your journey, but as you plan to move forward, what does scale look like? How far it is? Where will it come from? is what is the focus of this next round of discussion. So again, my question here is for Mr. Sridhar. Mr. Sridhar, what are you seeing as real buyer demand or some procurement shifts, if you're seeing, which are towards restoration positive products and services? And what are some of the signals you think that restoration enterprises should watch out for to align with these emerging opportunities?
Yeah, thanks, Divya. When we are talking of, I will touch upon the buyer side. There is a lot happening in terms of, how can the procurement aligns from a region, agriculture and everything. There is a lot of investment which is also happening. Samunati, we have already done a couple of projects with large corporates. I will talk about which will be in soybean, paddy and cotton, wherein we collaborated with the large institutional buyer and they were very clear to work on the region restoration. At the same time, how do we really look at the soil and also sustainability, and one more angle to this was, while doing this, is there additional income in the hands of the smallholder farmers? So that was the main thing. So we put it into 3 buckets and the entire process was embedded right from soil to the post-harvest. So you can put it in 3, from pre-seeding process, production, post-harvest. There are multiple startups and ecosystem players who are embedded into the entire process. So we had the soil testing, which was done by one of the startups. Then we had agronomy services, and there are a lot of communications that needs to be given to the smallholder farmers. So that was onboarded. We call it as a digital, platform that was there. Then we went into many of the post-harvesting techniques. Very important to all this is, too early at this point in time, we also got into carbon credit, right? Billions of dollars are being spoken on carbon credit, too early at this point in time because we don't know actually who is the buyer, seller, what is the price of a carbon credit, because if you commit something to the farmer, next crop cycle you will anticipate the same price. Even we don't know at this point in time what will be the price of a carbon credit, whether it's $10 or it will drop down to $2, and who are the buyer and the seller. So a lot of work is already happening. The main objective, what I said, is they are looking at more from a procurement perspective, wherein it meets the global standards. It gets into all the certification process so that they are able to look at right from soil to agronomy services to package of practices. And also, if they are able to generate that demand, so the volume is predictable, the quality is available. At the same time, there is a certification process which is gone into that. They are able to give that small premium to the end farmer, say to the extent of 2 to 3%, because here again, people will be talking about 15%, 20%. That doesn't happen on the ground. Even a 2% price from the market is a good income for the farmer. At the same time, while doing this entire thing, we also look at the input cost being coming down. So again, 3 things. The entire process is embedded into the entire supply chain. Many of the startups are also part of this entire program because it cannot be only one entity taking care of the entire thing. So we have all the startups with their solutions which adds value to the region agriculture is embedded into the program, and accordingly each and every service is delivered. The beneficiaries are the smallholder farmers with cost of inputs coming down, the quality of the produce going up, the harvest also going up in terms of the tonnage so that they get a better price. That is also one of the sustainability. Lastly, you spoke about, signals. The signals are very important in terms of how technology is changing over here. We are talking of AI and all. So currently, if you see, there is a AI chatbot where, a farmer can come and talk about all this. So all the startups in the room and others, you should always be mindful of how technology shift is happening how AI is going to play a much larger role. At the same time, one has to be mindful of the regulations and the complaints, not only from local, but also from an international standard in terms of, whether it is aligned with that. Then only you will be able to see that your business is up and you are also in aligned with that. So that's what I will say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I mean, those are very important points, and that's a wonderful perspective also of looking at value creation, the three, looking at it in different stages, and how do you plan what at which stage, and how do different sort of products and services come in at every stage. Thank you for sharing again that perspective, sir. Moving on, next question is to Radhika. Radhika, like we all know, there are different kinds of capital in the market, right? So which of these are most appropriate for early stage enterprises, early growth stages, and how does one choose which type of capital? Firstly, the awareness of what all types of capital are there, which of these are suitable for me, and how does one then go through that journey that as I grow, how do I go more from grant finance to structured finance, and what kinds of finance, how do I choose?
So first a disclaimer here, I'm not really a finance person, but my perspective on this. Restoration enterprises have unpredictable or long payback cycles. And given that, I would like to categorize the room into two different distinct categories, and then talk a little bit about what I think would be appropriate financing for them. We have enterprises that offer not just solutions, but they need to offer advisory services, value-added services, procurement services, like Gramyam, for example, right? Market linkage services, traceability, community partnerships, aggregation systems. Then you have biochar based services, or Krishi, which is about driving adoption, where value may be evident to the farmer, but it's a question of de-risking the innovation until there is some amount of predictability. Similar situation with the tests like soil tests and so on. So the requirement is two different sets of requirements, and I'd like to think that catalytic capital, risk-absorbing capital is something that advisory services, value-added services could need catalytic capital, and it would benefit them where they are building aggregation systems, partnerships, and so on, where they need to validate what are the services that they're providing, right? The value proposition to the end user is already there, but there is a need to build around that system. Krishi, for example, you are investable already, as Rini had pointed out. So catalytic, lunch capital, I blame it on the very heavy lunch, is possibly something that you would benefit from. On the other hand, there are grants. Grants are great for you to build the validation of your product. Grants are great to fund validation in the marketplace. The drawback with too much of dependency with grants is that you tend to foster or tend not to work towards operational discipline or financial discipline. So when you are strung up on grants for too long a time, you tend to have that grant psyche play in the back of your mind. So that's something that one needs to be very careful about. When do you transition to commercial finance? It's when you have positive unit economics, when there is clear visibility of demand, of offtake, and when you have managed to bring in that operational efficiency, I think then enterprises are ready to move on to commercial finance. The initial phase, as I think most are in this room, is where you need to largely look at risk-absorbing options of capital.
Yes, thank you, Radhika. Risk absorption, de-risking, I think these are also some of the themes that came up in the last round as well. So looking for these different sources of de-risking, and I think some of the, in our earlier conversations, we've also seen de-risking is not just about capital, right? There are, along with financing, there are many other ways to de-risk your business, in terms of how do you change perceptions around risk. There are many ways to do it, and of course, this is probably the most powerful route, but there are many other ways, like building capacities and making your business model inherently stronger and having a clear sight of demand, and all these are all ways to de-risk. Moving on, the next question is to Rini on impact measurement. Rini, if you could throw a little light on how important, even though we have discussed this, I think today quite a few times, how there's a lot of interest in impact measurement and what's the importance of it. But if you could throw some more light on how important is credible impact measurement. First of all, what is credible impact measurement in the eyes of an investor? What level of rigor is expected from an early growth enterprise versus when an enterprise starts to scale?
Okay, so credible impact measurement is not a reporting exercise. I myself am responsible for impact measurement at Villgro, and it's like report bhar do. But the reality is actually if you have a credible system of impact measurement, it's the most effective risk reduction tool, because it just tells the investor lots of things about you. So I'll just give some proxies. So there are two types of organizations in the room today. So let's take Khedot. You spoke a lot about how you're a small team and you don't have much data. Actually, you don't need much data. Also, investors don't care for much data. So if you're an early stage organization, you need to have a couple of things. Business we are not discussing, assuming all of you have some business model. But you need to have a very clear theory of change, because the investor wants to know have you thought through it. And in addition, you need to have some core impact metrics and a baseline study. So what you have to show is impact embedded in my business? So they don't want too much, because they know you haven't figured it out yet. So they want theory of change, kya aapne socha hai, and what are the bare minimum impact measurement yardsticks with a baseline. And most importantly, it should be credible. Like you can't have suddenly have miraculous results. So they know all that. So you can start small, but you have to be consistent and credible. If you move to the next slide, we have discussed a lot about companies like Nature Connect, which are already doing a lot of work. So when we go there, of course, business now, in your case, it will be, do you have business? In his case, they will start asking questions like unit economics. But if we remove those aspects, they will ask for very specific things. First, they will say third-party validation, no more Villgro validation. They will want third-party validation. Second thing they'll want is certification, especially if you're trying to sell or your investor does not live in India. They don't believe us, so they want certification. They want traceability, digital traceability. And last but not the least, they want some standardized metrics which are global in nature. That's all. So theory of change and all finished. By now, you're at advanced stage. So what I'm trying to say is, impact measurement tools are really critical, and if you don't build on them, later on we'll be fudging it. There are sometimes we'll call a startup and say, how many farmers did you reach? 10,000. Last year also 10,000. Next year also 10,000. So this is like one miracle number. And sometimes Allah is like, 10,000 ke baad apne band kar diya kya? Ma'am, ab kuch bhi likh lo. So what happens? We know them, we know they are sincere, but if you're an outsider, you'll not know. So one is, impact measurement has to be consistent and credible. To go to the next point which you asked, I think the difference between growth and late stage is clear, but I just want to add, it also has to be communicated in an investor friendly way, which means if you're looking at forest conservation, what the investor wants to hear is supply security, premium sourcing. So if you are saying the soil testing ladies, like if you are saying soil restoration, investor wants to hear things like yield stability, input cost reduction, because investors, even if they are with patient capital and kind human beings, they are finally looking at ROI. So it becomes very important, and this is not a lie. This is just speaking the language which the audience can understand. So have some basic impact metrics, but more importantly, communicate it in a way that it is easy for the other person to understand.
Thank you, Rini. And final question of this round is to Dr. Ruchika. Ruchika, what ecosystem shifts are necessary to unlock restoration at scale, especially in the context of local businesses, local restoration businesses, as well as value chains?
Well, that's a big question, but I mean, the larger point, the ecosystem, we really need to look at it from a systems lens, and I think one big shift that's needed is recognizing that restoration improves ecology and economy. I think that narrative becomes critical, and any good restoration project is going to be steered by local communities. I'm going to go to what Manisha was talking about earlier, how, when you started building your value chains, how communities, what they want, there was already a supply chain, let's sort of build on that. That's very, very critical. So restoration can improve ecology and economy, is steered by local priorities. That's the larger recognition of a shift that's needed. Of course, when we talk about restoration, and I think Jayant, you talked about it a bit, because you've also been on the other side as well, right, on the non-profit version. How we do restoration is critical. Are we thinking about landscape principles, how we sort of, right place, right use, right species. This is critical, especially for businesses who are actually looking at, for instance, if you're talking about sustainable harvesting or focus on, soil health, etc., if that's the focus of your business. But from a larger sort of perspective in terms of the systemic issue, I'll go back to how do you build a larger restoration economy? And what we seen is currently still fragmented innovation. How do we sort of, as an ecosystem, the different stakeholders come together, that we sort of work towards this fragmented, it's not fragmented innovation. We start really building on it, and what the scaling strategy for some of these businesses potentially could look like, right? I mean, a lot of small pioneering models, what is the government support that may be needed, or private capital support that may be needed, so that it actually becomes a marketplace. We start talking about some of these restoration products as, it really is getting the support it needs from the market as well, which is the systemic issue to sort of look at, which would mean, well, a lot of things, and I'm not going to get into it because you spoke about it. Businesses, as they grow from early stage to later stage, is the absorptive capacity there? How sort of these businesses are even building their own sort of, teams, for instance, how the financial sort of modeling for next stage potentially could look like. Is the infrastructure existing? What would be the role of state, for instance, to sort of get to that next stage would be sort of also critical. And yeah, mainstream maturity is important, and we know that we've reached when the state or the government is also actually valuing nature. Investors are valuing nature, and that's where we are sort of looking at. So not an easy answer, but essentially we really need to get, businesses, banks to start thinking about, their different kind of investments. And that's where I guess role of organizations like us on what we can showcase in terms of these are the gaps in the research, this is the kind of de-risking capital that's needed, this is the kind of capacity gaps that are needed. And that's what, needs to be looked at together from the ecosystem shift. And the last point I would make is a lot of businesses in this room also, there's also a lot of climate risks that are going to happen. So one of the de-risking is also needed is in terms of financing in case there's a failure, which might happen if you're dependent on crops, for instance, and or a tree crop produce where certain, because of climate risk, you lose a produce. Then what do you do? So you need larger sort of repayment time, and how do we sort of build some of those infrastructure becomes critical. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. That was a very interesting discussion. There are a lot of new points, I think, which have come up, which are very interesting to all of us. But I'm also told we are almost out of time, and we also want to do a quick Q&A in case there are questions in the room. But before that, one last sort of a rapid fire round for the panelists. There's one question. If you were to advise this cohort, what is that one capability you think they should prioritize over the immediate term, which is the next 6 to 12 months, to strengthen their investability? And I will again request Mr. Sridhar to go first.
I will just say, be transparent and stick to your business model. and don't deviate from that. At least for the first 2 to 3 years, stick to that.
Thank you, sir. Radhika?
See, given that I come from Villgro and impact is the front and center of everything that we do, I'd like, and of course, I think all the enterprises here are at different stages, slightly different stages. I would like to see sharp, clear, but simplistic impact metrics to be defined and tracked where, yeah.
Thank you. Rini?
I've been an entrepreneur before, so I'd just suggest that you find your people, because it's a very lonely and difficult journey. So find other startups who are like-minded, find people like WRI who can support you, and start building network with financiers, investors. You don't need a large group of people, but you can't do it alone. So I think in the next 1 year, this is a great opportunity to find some like-minded people, and don't be so transactional. You never know when you'll bond over gulab jamun at a lunch table. But those things do matter. So yeah, just find your tribe and enjoy the journey.
Thank you. Ruchika?
Well, I didn't have my own sort of startup, but my partner did. And I think a lot of learning that I see in collaboration, sort of, talking to each other does help. But more on from the, otherwise a sharp business model, minimal viable product, and how do you measure progress, socioeconomic, environmental. Those are the other ones that I'll say. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so some questions. Are there any questions in the room?
Here, there are many mics here. You hold on to that, you answer.
Hello, ma'am. That was a wonderful session. My question is for Radhika ma'am and Rini ma'am. How do early stage entrepreneurs build a credible impact measurement system without over-investing in expensive framework? That is something too early, in a stage very too early. How do we make it simpler, ma'am? That's one question which we always revolve in the mind, that how are we doing? Just not counting the farmers, just not counting the migration percentage or something. How do we make it simpler, ma'am?
Okay, so actually it can be very simple. I think you'll be looking at what's relevant for your business. So yes, it will still be number of farmers. It will still be increase in income. It will be perhaps acreage of sustainable cultivation or amount of the forest that you've been able to protect. I think initially if you just have 5 or 6 impact measurements, it's good enough. Because I think the point is what Sridhar said, no, be honest. So if you just have 5 or 6 things, it's good enough. Because ultimately people just look at it. Just like in business, you just look at ROI. Don't look at too much. So it's fine if it's just 5 or 6 things. It's the people and the planet. So just make sure your metrics cover the human as well as the land. That's it.
Thank you.
It's not a question, it's an observation that companies, when they want to really grow and they have sorted out that product is really great, that they spend so much of money on marketing that when they sell, they are still not in profit, but they just have visibility. That is another way of actually building valuation. I think, my question is whether we should also adopt that strategy, whether it is affordable or not, that is second. Because when we focus on cash flow, this strategy would not be adopted. That you are spending too much on marketing, but main thrust of the whole thing is, and that is where our constituency is actually falling behind, is mainstreaming. All the wrong products in the world are getting sold for unimaginable prices just because they have got tremendous amount of money in marketing. While we have sorted out the purpose, the product is genuine, but we still, in that startup ecosystem, we will say, no, but you focus on cash flow. And then there will be no visibility to your product. And then eventually, some competition will figure out that this product is actually, I should push under different brand. So how do we, balance this? And what do you think in this ecosystem, whether he would find any, let us say, an investor which will align with that kind of thinking.
So, okay, so I've worked a lot in MNCs, so I quite understand what you're saying. MNCs also have products which are technically superior. They may not be better for you, but they will make you white, you won't get what I'm saying. So, what I'd like to say is, see, in business there is a cost of customer acquisition. That's business. There is also cost of valuation. They're totally different things. So I think it's best for you to be very clear. Do you want to have a viable business, or are you looking at acquisition? If you're looking at acquisition, you'll have to do the dance for acquisition. But I don't think you're looking at acquisition. You are building a ethical and good company. So you'll have to realize there is a cost of customer acquisition. But my suggestion is, be very clear. Very few companies can be B2B and B2C. If you're a B2B company, you don't need to do all this. If you're a B2C company, you have to do it. Small companies in India, very few companies, like if you want to be a D2C company, great, best of luck. But if you're a B2B company, you could actually be more judicious, and then you spend your money on target marketing. So to answer your question, yes, cost of customer acquisition is a critical part of growing your business. That's a given. But I would suggest you be very clear if you're a B2B company versus B2C or a D2C. There are 3 different rule books, and each of them have different games to play. Just play the one which is relevant to you. It will still burn, but it won't burn so much. And I fear sometimes when I talk to startups, we want to do everything, like thoda ye bhi kar lenge, thoda wo bhi kar lenge. And then what ends up happening is you get pushed into a situation which you can't come out of. So if you're looking at a marketing or a communication strategy, if you're going to spend money on awareness, if you're B2C, I think you have to spend in crores. But if you're a B2B company, there are just 100 guys you need to talk to. I'm sure you can figure them out and call them. So my suggestion would be, I understand the pain and I've seen it, but I'd suggest if you can be a little smarter and decide, if I'm B2B, then I don't need to do all this stuff. And if I'm not chasing valuation, if I want to build a beautiful company, then it's a different game. I was able to answer.
So the other thing that I just want to add is, again, remember that restoration enterprises, your payback is very unpredictable, also sometimes very long. And it's probably very judicious to focus on building the fundamental impact proposition and not so much all the other things around it. It's difficult. Yeah.
How to scale up the business model as a social entrepreneur? Second question, which mistake should we avoid while scale up the model?
Yes. I think we'll be covering this in the curriculum, but maybe you'll meet me again there. But see, business has, each of us have different business models. So you say you are a D2C company. So you will need to have 2 things. One is you'll need to continue to build a differentiated product because someone will copy you tomorrow. And second, you'll need to ring fence your buyers. So the way I see it, there are only 2 ways by which you can grow given the position that you are in, because it's a difficult position. One is you'll have to have a good quality product in spite of all your operational issues. Thoda kodo kutni mein problem ho jayega, we know what's going to happen. So the number 1 thing which you have to do is ring fence the quality of your product, because you can't afford to have a product which is not 100 times better than the unethical competition. Let's put it like that. So your product is your hero. So first one would be safeguard your product and make it so fabulous that once people buy it, they always buy it. So one would be keep your product beautiful, and that also means please invest in packaging and make it look beautiful. India has some of the most beautiful designs, but our products don't look so good. So product ko sundar or sasta or tikao or tasty banaiye. That's the only way I could say it. And the other thing which I would really like to say is, it doesn't matter who your customer is, B2B or B2C, please romance your customer. Understand their needs, make sure that we meet most of their needs and treat them with some amount of respect. Because if you get along well with your customer, your supplier, your buyer, you will find business a lot easier. So there are ways and means, but the heart of any business, if you are an ethical business, is make sure product is good, make sure it's significantly superior than everybody else, and it's good to the core, and have good relations with your buyer, your suppliers, the people you work with, because those things ultimately in the long run will translate to good business. Because see, business is about profit and loss. I don't need to say that, but it's how you do the business which will keep you going. So if your business is tiring and if your business is frustrating, it will be very difficult. So in my suggestion, if you want to scale up, keep your product differentiated, keep it superior, keep good business relations. And what I mentioned before, if you have good relations with your investor now, you don't need investment now. But when you need, the doors will open. If your product is differentiated today and it's valued, more people will buy it. So if you follow 2 or 3 very simple core principles, the heart of it is the product and the offering. The second is the people whom you are interacting with. These 2 things, if you can just focus on, I'm simplifying it, but really these are the 2 pillars for business growth. And these are the 2 pillars that any MNC company also uses. They keep their product differentiated as much as possible, and they romance the customer on a regular basis. And by romance means they talk to them, they advertise, they do many things. And then the third pillar, which you yourself spoke of, is operations. So I want to end with, you should avoid having bad operations. If your operations go for a toss, no matter how good your product is and how much your customers love you, business will fail. So there are only 3 pillars what we have seen with startups who scale up: great product, good relations, and fabulous operations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that's all the time that we had. Thank you everyone. I'm sure it's just a taste of the more conversations to come throughout the program. So we'll have more opportunity, more questions are welcome, and we'll have more discussions. Thank you so much, and with this I'll pass on back to Harsh. Sorry, before that also thank you to all the panelists, and thank you to Mr. Sridhar also for joining us. This has been very valuable. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. As a token of our appreciation, and we'll send this to Sridhar sir later, since he's not here with us. Thank you. Thank you, Rini. Thank you, Radhika. Thank you. Thank you, Ruchi. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What do you ask? I guess I'll see you all when the classroom session starts. Looking forward to interacting with all of you in a wonderful time. Thank you so much.
We'll now break for a small refreshment, and tea is served outside. We'll be back at 3:45. Everyone. We move on to the next session, which is Program Deep Dive. I now invite Iti Agarwal, Operations Manager, Food, Land and Water, WRI India, to provide a detailed overview of the program structure. She will also be joined by Ananya Vyas from the Villgro Innovations Foundation.
Good afternoon, good evening everyone. Hope you had a insightful time here. So now let's start with doing deep dive into the program Land Accelerator India life cycle. So Divya has already taken you through the fundamental aspect of the Land Accelerator South Asia, and now we will be on the basis of which Land Accelerator India has built. So the team and I will take you through the program life cycle and revisiting it. You might have gone through of it at different points, but revisiting it together will help you to address the different queries, to understand where we have reached and to build upon the way forward. So let's start with the program overview. So Land Accelerator India is a hybrid accelerator program which is supporting early traction stage enterprises, restoration enterprises operating across Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh. The program is designed to strengthen capacity building, business capacity, investor readiness, and scalable restoration solutions. So journey started with call for application launched on 29th of October 2025 and remained open till 21st December 2025. During that period, we have amplified programs' visibility and credibility through emailers, social media, Ask Me Anything sessions, and prominent feature at our flagship program, Restore 2025. We have received around 60 applications where we have initially screened to understand the legal status, business model, and operational geographies of the enterprises. Following that, 23 applications went to Program Review Committee for their review, and after that, 15 were reviewed by Strategic Advisory Committee. And finally, we have shortlisted 10 high potential enterprises for the program. As a part of selection process, we have conducted soft due diligence and field level validations. This enabled us to interact with stakeholders, understand on-ground operations, assess enterprises' readiness, and identify implementation challenges and inform curriculum design for cohort. Finally, we announced the cohort on program webpage and social media handles in early February. The cohort reflects diversity and divided into 4 principal focus areas based on the solutions they are providing. The structure also creates opportunity for synergy and peer-to-peer learning within the group. Now we are here at the onboarding workshop, a key milestone in the program life cycle, an opportunity to come together, align, and embark on this transformative journey. Many congratulations to each one of you on being selected as a part of cohort of Land Accelerator India 2026. Now I'll pass on to Ananya, who will take you through the program's offering, expectation from the cohort members, outcomes, and operational guideline. Thank you.
Thanks, Siti. So now I'll take you all through, what are the benefits and opportunities for cohort members. The first phase of this program is the core capacity building, which is for all of the 10 startups present here today. So the first aspect in that would be the capacity building sessions, which are based on previous editions of the Land Accelerator curriculum. The needs assessment that we conducted with the startups will be a key component of shaping this curriculum to keep it very relevant and targeted. There would be a dedicated facilitation for women entrepreneurs, leaders, and rural innovators wherever required. Peer learning and networking opportunities will be ample, as today was a bit of a sampler of that. So intra-cohort also there will be a lot of exchange. Media and communication support for building business visibility and building strategic communications will be a key aspect, and upon completion there would be a certificate given to our 10 startups. From these 10, the top 5 startups would be selected for the subsequent advanced support stage of this program. So there would be an advanced, basically this is the advanced capacity building, which is also in a hybrid mode. This will engage more one-to-one expert mentorship, and this is specifically support geared towards creating investment readiness for the startups. So it would be tailored support for pitch development and investor engagement. And there would be an ecosystem engagement facilitated with impact investors, policymakers, and industry leaders. And there will also be an innovation prize for each enterprise. Yeah, these are the participation guidelines. So the key participant in this program should be a founder or co-founder of the cohort enterprise with strategic decision-making authority, empowered to make all the key decisions and commitments, and represent the enterprise to investors and ecosystem stakeholders. This person should also be the authorized enterprise representative who is accountable for the varied program commitments, internal alignment, and any timely escalation that might be needed. Any change to a key participant would need to be communicated in advance, and this replacement would have to be an equivalent leadership authority. The enterprise would still remain accountable for all the commitments regardless of any change in representation, and for any approval, submission of deliverables, communication of any major updates, you can contact the program email ID. You can make a note or take a picture of this email address. For branding and communication guidelines, it's pretty self-explanatory, but I'll go over this quickly. So this is the Land Accelerator India is the correct program name. So please maintain consistent spelling, or maintain this name in any communication. Any use of the name or logo would need prior approval from the program team. Again, you could contact the team at the email address given for seeking this approval. Please do not make any modifications or changes to the logo. So just maintenance of the correct aspect ratio, clear spacing would be required. Any press releases, website updates, presentations, or any other kinds of public communications that refer to the program specifically would need prior review and approval from the program team. Likewise, for any partner logos that you may be using, there would need to be a separate approval from each of the organizations. And please just be mindful of the kind of language while referencing the program. So the correct way would be to say supported under Land Accelerator India as opposed to funded under Land Accelerator India. Coming to the expectations from the cohort, what we're looking for from all of you. One is to ensure there is consistent leadership engagement in all the in-person and virtual program engagements. We would also like you to come prepared with clear objectives, business materials, defined support needs, because this would help maximize the most out of this 14-month program. The submission of any reports, program deliverables that come out through the curriculum to the sessions would need to be on time and in full. And a key part of this program is also strategically defining and communicating impact. So sharing accurate operational and impact data to support this component of the project is essential. We also would want you to very actively engage in knowledge sharing, peer learning, and collaboration within the cohort to make the most of this program, and in doing so, uphold professionalism, transparency, and a high degree of responsiveness throughout the program. And lastly, to define what success looks like at the end of this program, one is to come with to develop a clearly articulated and financially viable business model, a robust impact measurement framework. We already initiated this conversation through some of the discussions and panel sessions today, but this is one key output that we're looking at, is to develop a very robust impact measurement framework with defined trackable metrics, a high impact investor ready pitch deck. So much of the advanced mentorship will be focused on creating this. A very well-defined funding strategy with a clear capital ask and use of funds. Focused and time-bound growth roadmap with all the key milestones that are listed within. Strengthened operational and financial management, aligned leadership with clarity on strategic priorities and roles, and expanded ecosystem visibility with new strategic partnerships that would be unlocked through the course of this program. And lastly, the goal is to increase founder confidence and improve strategic decision-making capacity at the end of this cohort. So that's about it on what are our expectations from you and what you can expect from the program. With that, I'll hand it back to Ash.
Thank you, Ananya. We now move to the last session, which is the baseline survey and program quiz. This will begin with a guided walkthrough of the baseline survey, where the team will explain its purpose and how your responses will help shape support of the accelerator. We will share the baseline survey with you in the coming days. We request you to submit it within the specified timelines. We will conclude with a short interactive quiz designed to reinforce your key aspects of the program and encourage peer learning. This session will be facilitated by Aprajita, Program Manager, and Prem Surya, who is a Program Research Analyst with WRI India. Over to the team now.
No, I think we have what I need on the screen. Prem? Oh, okay. Yeah, you can just go to the next slide. Thank you, everybody. So we've talked a lot about impact, and to measure impact as part of this training as well, this is why we're doing this baseline survey. The purpose of the baseline survey, as you can see, is to establish a baseline, a reference point to track program progress across key metrics that we have established and goals. It is also to make sure that the trainings, mentorship, and the resources that are extended to you are tailored to your specific needs. We also want to make sure that you get customized support by aligning this cohort with their identified gaps and opportunities. So you will play a very big role through your responses as part of this baseline survey that will be circulated later onwards in determining what kind of support will be extended to you. What this baseline survey will cover is, first of all, cohort entrepreneurs' self-ratings of their knowledge proficiency, confidence levels related to business stewardship and impact reporting, self-assessment of restoration champions' networking skills with respect to mentors, investors, industry partners, and other enablers in the restoration ecosystem. And lastly, baseline business performance and impact footprint covering restoration outcomes, employment generation, livelihood reach, partnerships, and capital mobilization. So this is going to be a very comprehensive baseline survey that will be shared with you. Right now, we're just going to do a quick run-through of the baseline survey with you, so you know what kind of questions you should be expecting and start preparing for and thinking about, because you do need to introspect as part of it. If you have any questions, we can take them towards the end or question by question. My colleague Divya here is going to help me address a large part of them.
So just one quick request. We don't expect you to fill in the responses right now. This will come to you a little later after a few weeks. But right now, the objective of this discussion is that we take you through these questions, and what we've seen in the past is there's a lot of confusion. You know, this doesn't apply to my business. How do I understand this? What do I do about it? So let's focus on each question, and anything you do not understand or want to clarify, please feel free to come up. This is more like an interactive session we want to have.
Sure. Prem, could you help us? Yes, thank you. So firstly, we have some basic identifiers that are there which talk about your name, gender, and some metrics that we have with respect to the geographies that you operate in, and just to making sure that we have a diverse cohort which represents people from underrepresented communities as well. After that, we go into the knowledge and confidence proficiency that is there. So here, yes, can you zoom out a little? Maybe we can see all of the questions. Yeah, is this visible or should we go one by one? One by one. Let's zoom in again. So first of them is identifying, so again, understanding of your concept, tools and best practices, and not your confidence in applying them. So this is only a conceptual understanding that we're talking about each one of these parameters. The first is identifying your target customers and market segments. The second is designing B2C, B2B or B2G models. The third is so for each one of them, you need to rate your knowledge proficiency level. Communicating the value proposition of your business, pricing your products and services, designing and implementing go-to-market strategies, customer acquisition and relationship management, building and managing partnerships with buyers, suppliers, everyone in your ecosystem, financial management, revenues, costs, cash flows, profits, legal and regulatory compliances that are there specific to your value chain and the business that you're working in, protecting your brand and ideas, which is intellectual property rights. Team leadership and management, investor engagement, networking, pitches, term sheets, agreements, developing financial models and forecasts. So this is the knowledge and proficiency section that is going to be there. After you've rated yourself, you'll also be requested to provide a justification as to, and your thinking behind how you rated yourself, particularly high or low in knowledge. One thing that we've also requested is that you stray away from using neutral 5 or 6 maybe, unless that is where you want to stand, because that helps us design the curriculum and the course better.
So maybe let's take a pause here.
Sure.
Any questions about this question? Please.
I think, yeah. So basically the second point about designing B2C, B2B and B2G models, I think we should not club that together because no business survives only on B2B. So we should then have B2B and then B2C, because B2C is something that people realize much after that some big client has just stopped taking from you and then you, okay, this is, I think that we should not put that together.
So the objective of this is that it's less important, and also you'll see D2C is not here and there can be other kinds of models as well.
Yeah.
The objective of this question is whichever model you're going with in your business, whichever is the predominant model of your business, how much do you think you know technically about it? So there's one question you will see, and this is one question after the other. The first question is about your self-rating of your knowledge, your technical understanding. The second question on the same parameters is on how confident you feel. Because we have seen in the past there are a lot of entrepreneurs who know a lot, they have been trained, but they don't feel confident in applying, and we need to understand where that gap is. Sometimes there are people very confident, but they feel they are not trained, so they've learned by practice, right? So the technical understanding might be low, but the confidence is high. So this is what we want to understand. That's the objective of this. Any other questions?
I mean, at the end also, will there be some form like this and they'll be evaluated? Baseline is this, then you had improved.
Exactly. So this is our baseline. We want to see where you are today. How do you self-rate your confidence, your knowledge, and then we'll repeat this a few times during the program to see what is the difference, if at all there's a difference. Basically, surveys like these help us understand whether we are making any difference or not, right? What is the objective? And this is important for us also to understand how do we improve our offering.
Some things may not be relevant for our business. All
Okay.
the points, how do we put us?
So, see, for example, if something is not relevant to you, for example, can you say what do you think is not relevant?
Can you come back?
Scroll. Most of these we have designed keeping in mind what startups generally need. If you still feel that there's something not relevant, you can give it a low rating and explain it below that this is the reason I don't feel this is relevant to my business. That is absolutely okay.
I felt for my business there is no customer acquisition cost. I felt like that. So that was one point, but you had elaborated with something else also. So it's becoming relevant again.
Sure.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? If no, then we'll move.
Sure. Prem, can we? Then we talk about the socio-economic impact of your restoration enterprise. So this is a goal that we have under which the metrics are specifically around impact. And impact, again, as a lot of us were speaking, we've divided into land and people. So it is environmental as well as community-based impacts that you are creating and how you are quantifying them. It doesn't have to be a lot of metrics, again, but select metrics that you started with, that you cared about, that you've monitored, because of which you feel that you've made an impact, and what you are monitoring regularly or at least at a fixed frequency. So here socioeconomic, I think you can read off the screen. In socioeconomic impact, we have jobs, livelihoods, income, standards of living, health, food, nutritional security, impact that you have across the communities that you're working with. In environmental and biophysical restoration outcomes, again, we've given some examples. For example, hectares under restoration, trees planted or surviving, soil health improvements, water retention, biodiversity indicators, carbon sequestration. So we've given certain metrics and examples, but you can feel free to go beyond them and look at what you have done and record that. There is enough space, and that's why we've given this in a long answer format and not a tick box or a checkbox format, so that you can customize it and feel free to explain as much as you want. And that is why introspection, again, like I said, was very important, and that's why we're giving you time to also go through this survey and come back to us. There will be a timeline assigned to it after we send it across to you, but please do spend time on it, and we expect each one of the founders only to actually spend time on these things because they're very essential again to curating the sessions that we are going to have and how our time with you over the next months is going to look like. Then we come to how you collect impact data. We've given
just one more point. So those questions are very important, and I just want to emphasize, please spend time when this comes to you, and before that, whenever you get the time, just go through these questions again. Those questions are important not just for us to design the right kind of programs, but also how we can help you understand the impact that you're creating better and how to sort of measure it and communicate it. So it's going to be important for your business as well, and I'm sure many of you have already thought about it, but if you haven't, please give it some thought, please keep it ready so that when this comes to you, you're submitting this.
In the event that we're not measuring impact yet, but if you have impact metrics in mind, you can feel free to share that as well. So it's not like you need to fill impact metrics even though you're not, if you're an early stage startup that's there, you don't have impact metrics at all. But any information that you're collecting maybe regularly or plan to collect regularly, just make sure that that's communicated very clearly in your responses. We just want to get to know your business's systems and reporting better. Then we come to how do you collect impact data. Again, we've given options, whether the data is collected from field and verified by your own team. Data is collected by own team but not verified because a lot of data that we know is self-reported and it can't be something that you can see and verify or vouch for. Structured methodology based data collection using defined field indicators. So there are a lot of secondary methodologies that are there through which you can calculate impact. You would be using that if you have advanced levels of data and impact reporting structures in place within your organization. Then digitally enabled or automated systems for collecting and recording data. These could be in the form of ERP systems, if you have any kind of app that is built in. So different organizations use different kinds of methods. And it could just simply be that we do not currently have a formal impact data collection system, which is a completely acceptable answer. And other, of course, giving you the creative freedom to write any other notes that you have to supplement your answer, or any other method that you're using that we might not have captured in the options here.
Can you select multiple options? Yes, so this is a checkbox question. You can select multiple, and if there's something not covered, this is not a comprehensive list, just feel free to mention next to other also. Any other questions, please feel free to just
So only the ratings questions are the ones where you can only select one. Most of them, to give you enough freedom, are checkbox based questions which with space to write your descriptive answers as well. Again, which tools or platforms you use for data collection, you can talk about it. Then we get into some indicators, and this is a very specific and nuanced question, and Divya will talk more about it, but first of all, it's very important in the instruction on itself also it's specified that how many hectares of land has your enterprise directly brought under conservation and or restoration since its inception. Of these, how many hectares are currently under active restoration and or restoration through your enterprise? So, and you're also requested to describe the restoration approaches in use presently, for example, through assisted natural regeneration, agroforestry, soil and water conservation, and also clarify your enterprise's direct role in achieving these outcomes and how this area is measured or verified. And there's of course a note, as you can see there, that only include hectares your enterprise has placed under restoration and not those being restored by your partners, customers, etc. So this is a complex question, and we're hoping to hear, get more questions from you on this one.
I hope, I think the other cohort members will have some serious observations, because I mean, this is definitely going to be very challenging for people working in the agriculture space. So I do not know how do you, I mean, they would be definitely asking this question, but that came to my mind very fast. So how do you include enterprises which are actually, for example, people working on millet, or which are just working on soil, and just now, for example, the company which is promoting this soil, not rice harvesting machines, how his impact will be measured in along with these indicators. So that was my question.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this up. Very important question. So this is not the most interesting session of the day, but definitely very, very important. Just to clarify, and this is how we usually think about it, and we also then invite you to explain how you are thinking about it. But our thinking is that you must have, for example, you're doing millets, right? Work with millets. What is the area? How many areas? For example, you're working with farmers in a certain district. You must have a sense of, this is the area, so many farmers, this is where they are using my solution. Or if you're into machines, right? So where are your machines being used? What is the hectare? What is the reach? So the idea is to understand what is the area where you're making a contribution, right? It doesn't mean, and sometimes we have seen businesses or non-profits working on grassroots, they're working on a mix of solutions, right? So you might be working on a combination of solution, but you still have some idea of what is my reach, which districts, how many villages, how many blocks, and therefore what is the hectare area, sort of. So to get a sense of what is the spread of the work is what is the objective of this question. It doesn't mean that you're covering every sort of corner of that area. It doesn't mean that. And it also doesn't mean that this cannot overlap. So this is not an exclusive thing that you're doing, but more like a contribution you're making to that area to restore it. And that's why we also never say hectares conserved or hectares restored, because we understand this is an ongoing, it's a long-term process. So under conservation, under restoration is the language that we use.
Yeah, I have a confusion on the note part. Okay, so restored by your partner or customers. Okay, so we are giving the solution to the customers. Now they are using it. So it's basically deployed by the customers, right? Yeah. So we need to take the data from them only.
Okay.
So
sure.
We can use that data, right?
So what you could do is, my suggestion is that please explain. So you can say that directly we are not doing any intervention across any area, right? So generally, how we have seen businesses, they do some kind of interventions of their own as well, direct. And then there is also through customers, right? So you can mention both here, and we will understand that this is the distinction.
As well as customer deployments, both we will separate out, and then we will give you an estimate of that thing.
Absolutely, okay. Yes. Also, so some of these keywords are here. One is, since inception, what is the area that you have brought under restoration? The second part of the question is, currently, what is the area under active restoration? And this currently question is also very important for us, because we want to know right now where you are, and then we will also come to you and see what's the difference, right? Over this next few months, what is the difference that's being seen? And these are just some of the examples of restoration approaches. Please don't limit to these examples. Please go by what your business models are, what are the different kind of interventions that you are anyways deploying.
So I think what's key, again, adding on to what Divya said, is methodology. Document your methodology. For example, a very simple example you could think of is, let's say, if you want to calculate, and I'm giving an example of an article that we worked on, that if you're trying to count the number of people who have a life insurance policy, say, so if you, do you count the number of life insurance policies that are there, or do you, how do you know that they're exclusive to each person, right? So you need to do that kind of a mapping that is there. The methodology really matters, because there could be 1,000 policies, but there could be, one person who has 2 or 3 policies. IRCTC does this, that every time that you take a trip on IRCTC, they give you a personal accident insurance policy that is there. So it really matters about the methodology. As you write down the methodology against the number of farmers, the number of jobs you've created, livelihood, you'll see all of these indicators. You'll see that kind of clarity come in, and when we're reading this, because this isn't a very big group of people, so it's going to give us clarity as well, and we'd be able to build that into the system. Let's move forward.
I think we missed a question on trees.
This was on trees one, yes. Similar to the hectares restored, but how many trees has your enterprise directly supported under conservation and or restoration since business inception? Of these, how many trees are currently surviving under active restoration or under protection through your enterprise? Please provide separate numbers for trees planted directly by your enterprise, seedling, sapling seeds distributed or sold, tree survival rates, existing trees placed under protection or assisted natural regeneration, estimated trees protected through prevention of felling. And we've also requested for a breakup by species type. and also to describe your enterprise's role and how these figures are estimated or verified. Again, a note to only include trees your enterprise has supported under conservation and or restoration and not those by your partners, customers, etc. So the same logic, slightly different indicator under the environmental goal and metrics that we have that we're looking at. Any questions on these? Similar to the last question. But if you have any specific questions, any specific examples in mind right now, please feel free to share that with the group. Okay. This is on the livelihoods, the people part that we were talking about. How many full-time direct jobs has your enterprise created since inception? We've defined full-time here as well. So there's one on full-time. The other one is on part-time ones that are there. Full-time is talking about 8 hours. There's also a request to provide disaggregation by women, youth, underrepresented and marginalized communities that are there. If there is an underrepresented or marginalized community that you or your customers self-identify with that we've missed out, please feel free to share that with us in the descriptive answer as well. That would really help us. Yes. How many full-time direct jobs are currently supported by your enterprise?
Please pay attention to the distinction between how many jobs supported so far since your business was, it started operations versus currently how many jobs you're supporting, right? And there's a difference in full-time. So full-time we are saying 8 hours a day, part-time we are saying at least 4 hours a day, and then there are other seasonal and contract jobs that also need to. Please see some of these, it seems very rigorous and all that, but we are also bound to share this information with partners. So this is a requirement of the program.
Yeah, this is a part of our transparent reporting. So similar question on part-time direct jobs that are there. Part-time and full-time have been defined in the number of hours that are spent towards that job. Moving forward. How many seasonal direct jobs has your enterprise created since inception? And we've defined seasonal here refers to temporary employment linked to planting, harvesting or specific restoration cycles that are there in each one of your business cycles. Seasonal direct jobs that are currently supported as of date when you are filling out the survey. Then since inception, approximately how many people have directly or indirectly benefited from your enterprise's livelihood related activities excluding jobs, and it's asked to, we've also asked to explain how. So livelihood beneficiaries may include individuals who directly receive income or income enhancing support, community members benefiting from improved soil, water, ecosystem services or market access, household or community members indirectly benefiting from restoration linked economic improvements. Specifically mentions to not include paid employees or part-time or seasonal workers in this total, which you've already covered as part of the previous questions that are there. Disaggregation again has been defined here, livelihoods has been defined here, but yes, as we go through the survey, you can say this will take time and a lot of thought. Currently, approximately how many people are directly or indirectly benefiting from your enterprise livelihood related activities, excluding jobs. You can use the same definition as above and details and exclusions as above. Wherever you feel there might, we've tried our best to frame the questions in such a way that there's no double counting. In case there is, please specify it.
So for example, if one of these areas is not relevant to your business, you're not doing this, please feel free to rate it, whatever, give it a low rating, and you can explain it somewhere else in the questionnaire that this is the reason for the low rating.
These are some impact, again, areas that we prioritize, of which we've requested that what is your level of knowledge and technical understanding in the following areas, which include biophysical restoration management, that is land, soil, water, biodiversity, carbon, socioeconomic impact and social equity, use of digital tools and platforms for impact data collection. This question is specifically on impact that is there, and testing your knowledge and requesting you to rate yourself on the knowledge and technical understanding you have in those areas. Prem, could you just scroll please? And impact data analysis and reporting. The next question is on, any questions on that, on the impact reporting metrics part that was there? You just need to rate yourself on your knowledge proficiency. It's self-assessed completely. Yes, so this is an ecosystem and networking based question that is there. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your current knowledge of the broader land restoration ecosystem and how to effectively engage with it to grow your enterprise? So this includes understanding key stakeholder groups, which includes government bodies, investors, industry leaders, supply chain actors, startup ecosystem, how they interact and how to access relevant partnerships, policy support, finance or market opportunities. Very broad question, and you will have to rate yourself comprehensively across all of this. While looking at it, assess yourself, you can provide an explanation below that. And if you want, what we would recommend is that when you provide the explanation, how you've arrived at, you would mostly do an average rating, right, across each one of them. So explain what how you rated yourself with respect to government bodies, investors, industry leaders, if there are specific parts where you think that you're lacking, where you need support. We can go forward. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your current skills in building and maintaining professional relationships with the following stakeholders? I think this one is slightly repetitive. We'll have to.
No, these are networking questions. This is about your networking skills. That one was
understanding
and there's another similar question on the strength of your networks. So please read, again, I mean, a lot of them might sound repetitive or similar, but they are not. There's a reason why they are kept all separate. But maybe we can move quickly now, and if there are any questions we can take now as well as later as well when this comes to you, that is also fine.
Because we are short on time now. We have the quiz. Go on, Prem. Current strength of your professional network. Approximate number of the active formal, the partnerships that you currently have with the stakeholder groups listed above. Again, if you've previously raised funds for your enterprise, source, approximate amount raised, type of funding, if you've been a part of any other accelerator or incubator or attended any trainings to build, manage or grow your business. These are mostly yes, no questions. Go on. Yes, that's it. So if you have any questions, please do share with us. Otherwise, we're just moving on to the quiz round that is there, for which, Arsh, do you want to take over on the instructions? You need to scan the QR code that is there.
You all have been given a sheet of paper which has the QR. You can scan the QR code and then click on the program quiz. Prem will conduct a quiz from WRI India.
So as we are at the end of the workshop, we'll wrap with a fun and quick quiz. This will be just a recap of what was covered in the sessions today. So all of you might have got the scanner. Click on the link for the cohort. Yeah. Pin will be generated now. Start. Here, don't give your names, give your enterprise name. Emojis if you want. So everyone has starting the game. So each question will have 30 seconds. It is just a recap that will be covering about the intent, structure and expectations of program, about peer learning, the communication guidelines that was shared, and you'll have points for each questions. The faster responses will have more points. So let's start the quiz. So as we are winding up, we have flights to catch and people would be traveling till reach around 12:01 at night. So let's energize for that. It's a very basic. What is the primary objective of Land Accelerator India program? Five responses. That's great. So this is the scoreboard. Land Accelerator India focuses on enterprises across which 3 states? Fast. That's also great. Gramya is leading that scoreboard. Which of the following is a focus area of Land Accelerator India? This was really fast. How many restoration champions are supported in this cohort? 5. I think the one will want to be the top, among the top 5.
Well, this is interesting. Gramya Ventures is giving competition.
Applicants must have significant operations in at least be fast, but please concentrate on the options. Oh.
Yes, so this is an important question. I know that this is also a lot of fun, but very important. The 3 Indian states, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, are very important to us, and we are looking specifically to support operations in those 3 states.
Next question. Who can apply to Land Accelerator India program?
It should be an easy one. So this program is exclusively for for-profits registered in India. You could be any kind of for-profit, but only for-profits.
So Land Accelerator India builds on the success of which regional program? Fast. That's great. Which of the following cohort enterprises working on NTFP value chains?
Non-timber forest produce. This should be an easy one. Let's see how well do we know each other in the cohort.
Agrozy. So it is just Nature Connect India and the Open Field are working on NTFP value chains. Which enterprise converts crop residue into biochar using decentralized flame cap kilns run by rural climatepreneurs? That's great.
Krishi Carbon, everybody knows you well in the room.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Focus on portable soil diagnostics powered by AI. Which of the following are they? You all should know your peers soon more. Start collaborating. So which enterprise supports tribal and smallholder farmers with affordable organic inputs and training? Read the question again. Don't go with the word tribal. I said.
This was a tough one, yes.
Yeah. Again, no work on top. So, why is the baseline survey conducted at the beginning of the program? That was easy. To audit enterprises. No, it is not for auditing enterprises. What will help you receive the most out of this program? Just active. Engagement is not sufficient. We also require the rest of the two.
Prem, all of these are recorded now as responses.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is critical, okay? We have your responses now.
And I'll share with you.
Yeah. You've selected all of the above, so.
What additional benefit will the top 5 cohort members receive? Just innovation prize? Yeah.
The goal is clear.
Which statement is correct when referencing to the program publicly? Great. Owned by Land Accelerator India, and also not just this. You'll also need to get permission before posting or going publicly. Potential collaboration between enterprises within the cohort can be in which of the following areas? Yeah, the collaboration can happen in any of the following. If Land Accelerator India program were a forest, the cohort.
This is an interesting one. I think it's a very creatively crafted question.
Yeah, it is a diverse ecosystem thriving together. As we also gone through the sessions today, potential collaborations, learnings, experiences, challenges faced by one will also be shared, and it is a diverse ecosystem thriving together. Which of the following best describes the businesses in this cohort? Easy one. Yes, it is mix of different restoration approaches and business model. It is diverse. What is the key advantage of having diverse business now?
And this is a very real one. It actually came up in one of the lunch conversations.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And is it just learning? Why is peer learning important in this program?
Final question.
Final question. That's great. I hope you're all ready and the workshop is done. And today actually is the start of the shared journey we are all stepping into together. So looking forward to work with you all. Thank you. Krishi. Second is Krishi. Spotlight. More. Thank you.
That was a close second. Krishi was leading and then Sunday Nawak took over again. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Hopefully you enjoyed this quiz and we have the final segment in the program. Over to Ash. Thank you, Prem.
Thank you, Prem. That quiz was really entertaining and I think everyone enjoyed. So with this, we come to the close of our onboarding workshop. Throughout the day, we had numerous sessions. Everyone introduced each other. We were, strangers, and now we are sort of finding our own tribe, our own people, as it was discussed in the panel discussion. A lot of takeaways. We saw that yes, maybe for us, for an enterprise, for a startup or a initial enterprise, you need to find your model, be true to yourself, and have those very small impact matrices in place. More so, all right, we are actually running low on time, but yes, having that institutional support, looking into the community needs and how your work is expanding across the sectors. We had a session on the baseline survey, we'll soon be sharing that across. So, moving forward, I would just want to, just interact with each other. As in the panel discussion, it came again and again. You want to have that limited people surrounded, you want them, to surround you and have that, knowledge exchange together. So with this, thank you very much. I hope it was a very fruitful onboarding workshop for all of you. We hope to see you soon. Thank you so much.